Good morning, everyone. This is the Washington State Building Code Council for a special full council meeting on April 24th, 2026. I want to be the first to welcome some new council members, and um, we will get into introductions, but let's start with a roll call, please.
Todd Beruther,
Here.
Jay Arnold,
Here.
Scott Bastiani, Jason indicated he had a prior commitment and would not be able to make it today. Tom Handy, Angela Hott. Angela said she was traveling and was going to try to log in and listen. Roger Haringa, Ty Mincer,
Here.
Ben Omura,
Here.
Vikram Sami, Katie Sheehan,
Here.
Morgan Tweed,
Here. And Morgan's in the room with us.
Tom Young,
Here.
Dan Young.
Here.
Did anybody else log on?
Roger indicated he would be a little late.
Okay, so looks like we do have a quorum.
Okay, thank you
Just
for that.
adding. You're welcome. Oh, I'm sorry. Ex officio members, I always forget. Lauren Lathrop, Representative Alex Rammel, Representative Suzanne Schmidt. She sent me an email, said she had a meeting until 10, so she will be joining late. Senator Sharon Schumick, Senator Shelley Short. Derek just sent an email, said he was going to be a few minutes late, and that will be it.
Okay, thank you. It's on our agenda to introduce the new council members later, so we'll continue with anyone from the public that would like to be recognized. Greg, please.
Greg Johnson with the Vista.
Welcome, Greg. Patrick.
Patrick Hanks with the Building Industry Association of Washington. Thank you.
Welcome, Patrick. Tim.
Tim Atterbury, Associated General Contractors of Washington.
Welcome, Tim. Elizabeth.
Elizabeth Torsky with Cascade Natural Gas. Thank you.
Good morning. Larry, please. Larry, we'll come back to you. Oh, there you
Larry
go.
Andrews Mechanical.
Welcome, Larry. Chell.
Kel Anderson, interested party and architect.
Welcome. Gavin, please.
Gavin Tenold, Washington Solar Energy Industries Association.
Thank you, Gavin. Brian.
Brian Amaya with the International Code Council.
Welcome. And did I miss Kevin?
Yeah, Kevin Duell with Northwest Natural. Good morning.
Welcome. Okay, I think we did it. Going back, I have a hand from Mr. Handy.
Just noting that I'm here.
Welcome.
Roll call, thanks.
Okay, seeing no other hands, we will move into agenda item 2, which is to review and approve the agenda. Can we hear a motion to approve, please?
This is Dan, so moved.
Thank
Tom,
you, Dan.
second.
Thank you, Tom. Any proposed edits today? It's a special meeting, so we have limitations on what we can add today, but any proposed edits? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? The agenda is approved. Item 3 is to review and approve the minutes for March 20th. I believe we have those, right?
Correct.
Okay, they're shown on the screen. Can we hear a motion to approve, please?
I'll move. This is Jay.
Thank you, Jay.
I'll second. This is Dan.
Thank you, Dan. Any proposed edits to the minutes as posted? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? The minutes are approved. I'm just monitoring. Okay. With that, we're going to take an opportunity here to welcome our newly appointed members. I'm monitoring the list. It looks like we also added a couple council members on the attendee list, right?
Yeah, so I have a list here to talk about the appointments for the council for 2026. So first on our list, we have Jason Benway. He's going to represent the construction labor sector. He let us know that he has a previous engagement that he couldn't break and will be happy to make his introductions at the next month's council meeting. In the room with us here today is Morgan Tweed, representing individuals with disability. And I'll pause for a moment. Do you want to have a moment to say anything or introduce yourself? Can you hear me? Can you guys hear her? We should be able to, like, we're speaking to the room audio here, so if you just kind of call out, we should be good.
All right. I'm Morgan Tweed, he, him pronouns. I work for Studio Pacifica, and I'm an accessibility specialist in my day job. Very nice to meet you all.
All righty. Next on our list is Vikram Sami, representing architects. And I did speak with him yesterday. I think he's supposed to be online, but we didn't hear him in the roll call. Are you online, Vikram?
Yeah, yes, I'm here. Yeah, Vikram Sami. I'm excited to be part of this group, and I recognize I've got a steep learning curve ahead of me, and some big shoes to fill as well.
Well, very welcome. I'm excited to have everybody on the council here joining us today. And then follow up on some other appointments. Tom Handy has been reappointed as representing Eastern Counties, and Ben Omura has also been reappointed representing the mechanical engineers. And we're still awaiting some word from the governor on an appointment for representation for Eastern cities. And so that is what we have for this agenda item. And so I'd like to welcome our new council members warmly to participate today, and don't hesitate to ask questions. Everybody on the council had learned at one point, so it's understandable to have some questions, and don't be afraid to participate.
Outstanding. Well, welcome, Morgan and Vikram. Yes, you first of all, please lean on any of us. You especially are coming in at the hardest time to onboard into the council as we are going into final votes on 3 years of work. So please lean in and ask lots of questions, publicly or privately. So thank you for your willingness to serve with us. Okay. With that, we're going to move into our first agenda item, which is an IBC tag application. I think, Dustin, you were going to get us up to speed on the situation here, correct?
Yeah. So at the executive committee meeting this month, we discussed this tag application for Tristan Karlstrom. Let me pull up the resume here real quick and get my screen share updated. And, okay. So on the screen share, we have Tristan Karlstrom. He's a building inspector in the city of Port Angeles. And he made an application for the IBC building code tag, and we don't have a letter of recommendation. And the slot that we were targeting him for was the representation for planning within local jurisdictions. And we didn't get a recommendation from the City of Port Angeles Planning Department for this one. And so the staff recommendation on, well, I guess backing up to the executive committee meeting, we didn't have the chair opine and available for this recommendation at the executive committee meeting. So we tabled it for this council meeting. And I reached out to try to see if we could get a letter of recommendation for Tristan. He's anxious to participate with the Building Code Council and is going to stand by, I think, to apply for the 2027 code cycle. But without that recommendation letter for the specific slot that we were targeting, staff doesn't have a recommendation to appoint, and Angela Hopp also made a recommendation to not appoint. So that's the action we're looking for on this one today, unless other folks see it differently.
Okay. Oh, go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I just have one question. I'm unfamiliar with the acronym CED for technician. What is that?
Code enforcement or no. Honestly, I'm not sure. That might be a local jurisdictional title, but I think that Tristan, based on my conversations with him, also does building inspection and code enforcement there. And so it's got to be something related to that, but I don't have a specific answer for a CED. I think it's specific to Port Angeles and his specific position.
Okay. Well, with that, our process and for Vikram and Morgan, what we're doing here is the process is we can appoint or essentially approve either at the executive committee level or at the full council level for the technical advisory groups. Most of the technical advisory groups are winding down their work for this 3-year cycle, and we will reestablish new ones next year. So in this case, we look for a staff recommendation, the chair of that committee, which is Angela Haupt, and move it into the appointment process. In this case, without the recommendation letter and with the opinion by both the staff and the chair, it's now on the council to decide if we will just set this aside for now and thank Tristan for his willingness to serve, and please join the meetings if we do convene them. With that, is there any other discussion? It is also for public comment if anyone from the public would like to weigh in on this. If not, then can we go ahead? I see a hand from Ty.
I guess I just want to understand when Dustin said that Angela was recommending not to appoint, was that from a technical standpoint about the lack of a letter, or is there some substantive concern? Without her here, I would be nervous to make a decision without her input.
So the communication I received from Angela was that she agreed with the staff recommendation to not appoint. And I didn't get any characterization for exactly why she was in agreement there. But my main reservation about appointing him as being employed as a building inspector for a planning and community development perspective is that, he's not directly linked with that work within that organization. Yes, he's going to have input and works with them, but I was hoping that he could get a letter of support from that department within the organization to really support his appointment to that role representing that nature of work. I don't think that he was I feel he would be better appointed for a building official type role as an alternate or something like that. But I'm not sure what his qualifications are that would really support him towards moving towards a planning and community development general appointment.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jay.
And just to understand the question before us today, it would be, we have a recommendation from staff and a recommendation from the chair of the TAG. Is the choice between council today to say, oh, we'd like to either A, appoint anyway, or B, take no action? Do we have to take a negative action, I guess, is my question.
It's a good question, Jay. I think I was more of the opinion no action, but I think it's defer that to the council.
I would agree with those characterizations.
We can always bring it back to executive committee if in a couple weeks if necessary with more information. Go ahead, Vikram.
I'm just curious if the shortcoming is the letter of recommendation, and this is a position that needs to be filled. Is there a case where you can get back to the applicant and ask them to resubmit with a letter of recommendation, or is that?
I've made some of those requests. So as Todd mentioned earlier in the meeting, the work for the 2024 TAG groups is majorly done. So the technical code development is complete. We're getting ready to file for our CR 102, which will start our public comment process. The TAGs won't be having regular meetings to continue development there, The reason we want to keep these seats occupied by that group is in the event that we get an opinion request or there is something that arises that the council or the committees feel we need better technical input on. And so if we have that type of situation arise, we want to be able to forward it down to a fully populated tag. So we're trying to maintain full membership in these tags as we wrap out the rest of this year. And then in 2027, we'll establish new tag membership for the 27 cycle.
Okay.
I guess my point being, there's not a huge need to appoint or deny right now. We could ask for more information, give some more time to get some more documentation in support of this appointment.
And essentially, between the executive committee and the council, we have an opportunity, every 2 weeks to make this action. So, running it through the process, I guess now we would ask for. Go ahead, Katie.
Well, I was just gonna say, I mean, just to get it taken care of so that it's not kind of staying on our to-do list when it's not. I mean, this is for an alternate seat as well. So could we deny it, but say something along the lines of if a letter from is obtained, we would re-examine it or take a look at it again with that, or is that too wishy-washy?
I think that if we denied it, we would, if he came back with more support for his appointment, we could re-entertain it without necessarily addressing, denying without prejudice or something like that.
Yeah, I think it's open either way. So if you'd like to make a motion to deny, I think that's appropriate. Or to take no action to the same effect.
I would make that motion, yeah.
Okay. To deny?
Oh, to deny, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Katie. Is there a second? Is there an opinion that we would rather take no action? Go ahead, Tom.
That would actually be my choice, is to take no action, keep it available to him if he can show that he's got good expertise there.
Okay.
I don't know that it needs to necessarily be on our agenda every meeting, perhaps, unless we get something back from him.
Yeah.
I mean, at some point, we're going to have to make sure that it's full.
Yeah.
But that's my opinion.
Okay. Well, Katie, without a second, then.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yep. I was just trying to get through the to-do list. I'm in that
Agreed.
mode.
Appreciate that. Okay. With that, Tom, do you want to make that motion?
Yeah, well, I move that we take no action.
Okay.
This is Dan.
Right,
I
of the
second
spring
that.
cleaning mode here, but
Okay. There we go. It's been moved by Tom, seconded by Dan to take no action on this appointment. Any other discussion, deliberation? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Thank you. Okay. And again, thank you for the willingness to serve on this, Tristan. Item 6, correct?
Correct. Is committee reports. So for committee reports at the executive committee, we kind of touched on some of the stuff we talked about for the executive committee, which is we did not pass recommendation for the tag applicant that we had at that agenda, mainly because we didn't have the input from the IBC tag chair before the meeting. At that meeting, we also reinstated a tag member who was designated as ex officio. So Andy Leonto, representing the sprinkler industries, is reinstated as full status. We rescheduled this council meeting, and just to clarify, this is a special meeting, mainly because the time to post notice of the schedule change in the register was not available. And we directed the work group of economic impact to convene and discuss economic impact for the legislative driven rulemaking. As part of that, we discussed the scissor stair bill that will be addressed by the IBC tag during the 2027 cycle. And we also touched on the kit homes bill, which requires rulemaking within this next year to be completed by March of 2027. And the direction was given to staff to initiate a contracting process to develop the base language for the kit homes bill that's going to be going into either IRC or IBC. We don't have a specific target yet. We discussed the new council appointments, and during the other business portion of that meeting, we also made the decision to move the MVPE meeting to April 17th. And I'll cover more of the MVPE meeting as I cover that one. And then,
Hey, Dustin,
is there anything else you want to cover on executive meeting?
Yeah, please. First of all, can you please lower Tristan's resume?
Oh yeah, sorry.
The one thing I'll add is I'm contributing on that contract to seek a proposal from NIBS, National Institute of Building Sciences. I was in DC with them 2 weeks ago, brought them up to speed on whether they have interest. They do, and I would recommend this is a good option. We receive that proposal, that consider them for that contract for the kit homes. It'll be brought forward to the council for consideration. And then maybe Dustin, I might disagree that we are not certain it's in the IRC or the IBC. I think it's destined for the IBC, but we don't have to decide that here for the kit homes.
I think it's best placed there, but I think there's been some conversation about maybe having some portion of it in the IRC, but that's.
I see. Okay. Any other discussion on the executive committee? Oh, was that also BFRW?
Well, I have 4 committees kind of reports to run over in this section of the agenda.
Okay, let's move on to BFRW, please. Go ahead. Roger is joining us.
Just wanted to let you know I'm here.
Thank you, Roger.
You're just in time for the BFRW committee report. But so at the BFRW committee, we didn't have a terribly long agenda, but we had 2 legislative driven rulemakings to move the technical language towards the CR 102 process. That's on our agenda later here today. So they made a recommendation on dwelling unit size reduction proposal that is on the schedule today. And then they also made a recommendation towards an appendix in the IBC that is for temporary emergency shelters, shelters as an appendix. And that's on our agenda here today. And Roger, if there's anything you'd like to add to that one, you pretty much made the recommendations for council to decide here today.
I don't. My hand was just left up accidentally, and you covered everything. So
cool. Well, thank you for joining, Roger. And then that brings us to the MVPE committee. For this section here, we do have some action I'm looking for from the council today. At the meeting on the 4/17, the MVP, at that meeting, the OPMA, at the meeting on the April 17th, a concern for OPMA compliance was raised. And just to make sure we're covered on that, a special meeting was convened in accordance as a special meeting, and where we reaffirmed motions made at that meeting. So at both the 4/17 meeting and the 4/22 meeting, we discussed moving proposals that address the Commercial Energy Code C406 and energy credit tables associated with that. And then we also discussed residential energy code. Shoot, my notes are missing this. Krista, can you help me with the tables for the residential energy code?
Tables in R405 for the energy threshold, and the ERI tables in R408.
Gotcha. And so at both of those meetings, we made motions to move those technical language packages to the council with recommendations to include in the CR 102. And at this point in the agenda, I want to address the movement of those. We don't have them as broken out separate agenda items like the stuff coming from the BFRW. There's a little bit in flux as we were trying to get this agenda out. And so we got the agenda out to get this meeting, and we're trying to move those MVPE recommendations into CR 102 for public comment. And so at this point, I'll turn it over to Krista to talk about these. I think the C406 information was the topic that received the most discussion, and from comments heard, would be the one that is maybe most important to make sure we get into CR 102. And so, Krista, are you ready to run over the C406 stuff with this one?
Sure.
Okay. I'm gonna stop my screen share and let you take over.
Okay. Let's start with the easy one first. So PNNL worked on completing the credit table to do all the calculations based on the changes to the prescriptive code and the energy savings for each of the measures, and filled out the table, made some corrections or deletions to remove some items that were no longer necessary because of the new interpolation calculations that are included in the text of this section later. So you can see there are still a few that are not completed, and PNNL indicated that they will be providing some of that during the public testimony for the code. But for the most part, the values are all there. There are a few editorial changes within the body of C406.2 just to make it read correctly and correlate with the rest of the code. And I don't know if you want to act on each of these individually or go through a summary of everything and then come back and discuss. Chair, what's your pleasure?
I think thank you, Krista. Just to clarify, is there a proposed action today to move these and update the CR 102? Or
yes, just to include the values into the CR 102 rather than having TBD or blanks in the screen, just so it's a lot clearer to people reviewing the code.
Okay.
Yeah,
let's for the sake of the council, let's keep them all separate, please. So if we're looking at these values first, just as we did in the MVPE, if that's okay. Does everyone agree to that? Is that logical, Krista?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Okay, so for the rest of the council, maybe it might be a little more background. Krista, would you mind laying out then the actions we would take today? This is the first one, please.
Right, this is the first one, which would be to update the CR 102 to reflect the values on the credit values for each of the extra efficiency measures, to fill in most of the blanks on that chart the way they went to RDS to begin with. You'll see they were just completely empty cells, so it will be very helpful when we publish the CR 102 to actually have values in there so people can get an idea of exactly what will be required and what kind of systems they would need to put together to come up with a code compliant design.
And to clarify what RDS is, in order to show changes in the WAC, staff sends the proposed changes to a service in the code revisor's office that's called Rule Drafting Service. In the 2021 code cycle, we sent it off to a service called Order Typing Service. There's been some changes that the code revisors have changed it from OTS to RDS, but the RDS documents are where the WAC changes are shown for our code changes.
Okay. And then just can you please, for full scope here, lay out the other two actions then that'll follow this. Is that question clear?
I think the other actions were for the residential energy code, or are you thinking we're hitting each table?
No, I want to make sure. Okay. We're getting lots of questions here. So I want to lay out for the council all the actions that will be taken today from the MVPE committee.
And then the other actions would be on the commercial C401 table that tells you how many credits you would actually need to achieve for each occupancy group. And there were a couple of different options submitted by different people. And then on the residential side, there are values for the ERI numbers, the targets for the new method of compliance. And then in R405 on the residential side, part of that compliance is you need to meet a baseline and then beat it by whatever percentage that the current code level achieves. And so PNNL went through and did the calculations on the baseline with all of the changes made to the prescriptive code for the 2024. And
okay.
There are a couple of different options on how that is displayed.
Okay. So I just want to make sure that the council understands that these are numbers that are being submitted. There's current analysis going on. It was known that this analysis has to take place. And now we're taking the best knowledge we have right now and updating what has already been forwarded to prepare for filing. So if there are any questions, go ahead, Tom, first, please.
Yeah, it doesn't have, well, I'm actually curious what agenda item we're on. Because
we're still on 6.
On committee reports.
Correct. And as this one, we're looking for action to move stuff that was forwarded by the MVPE.
Can we do that in a reports section of the agenda?
We have it labeled in there on this agenda as to move the MVPE recommendations to update CR 102 documents, and it's marked for council action. That was the intent of this agenda.
Okay.
Well, I think your question, Tom, is valid. Is why isn't it a separate agenda item?
That's pretty much it. Yeah. I mean, because it's, well, I mean, I would really hate to derail all this because we need to get this done. But
no, I think it's an important question.
Make sure we're following protocol here.
Yep.
I would then maybe ask Dirk, I see you're on the call. Do you have an opinion as far as the agenda, the way it's written? Is it okay to take action to move these towards CR 102, or is this something that maybe needs to be brought back at a different time?
Yeah, I thought I saw, so good morning, everybody. Sorry, I missed the beginning of the call. For those new members who don't know me, I'm Derek Marbach, Assistant Attorney General. I help advise the council and sometimes get called with questions like this where I have to quickly respond. So the issue here would be that, Tom, I think you put your finger on something that's important. This is a special meeting, right? So the council under the under the OPMA, the Open Public Meetings Act, the council is limited on the action it can take to the items that are noted on the agenda. I thought I saw, Dustin, an earlier version which had suggested that there would be recommendations on moving forward the CR 102. I might be getting mixed up on that, but the current version just simply lists the reports. I guess one question that I would have for you all, or for Dustin specifically, is there anything in the reports that include information or about moving it forward with respect to recommendations on the CR 102 filing?
So there's not necessarily report documents created that specifically say, but the motions at the MVPE, both the one on the 17th and then the special one that we had on the 22nd, contain motions to move technical language to the council for movement into the CR 102. So just discussing with where we were as we were getting this agenda noticed out there. This agenda was published before the meeting on the 22nd. And the intent was to keep the momentum moving, and just we had a very brief discussion with staff here, and wanted to keep it as part of the reports instead of breaking it out like the ones from the BFRW recommendations. You know, hearing the concerns now, I wish I would have separated out into a separate agenda item.
Understood. Well, let's commit, and I don't want to bog this down too much, but it is an important question. Can we put the agenda on the screen so everybody can track along where we're at?
I was staring at it and I thought it was up for you guys, so apologies.
I see that Jay and Katie both have your hands raised. I don't want to step on you here. Yeah, so note that it says on the committee report, so my memory is correct. It says move MVPE recommendations to update CR 102 documents. I think that is pretty clear, adequate notice under the in the agenda item that's the recommended, or that's the next step rather, that the council would be taking action on. This would be informing the CR 102 with the report, and that's the subject of the discussion here and the subsequent action that will be taken.
Okay. That's an important clarification. Thank you. And then go ahead, Jay.
Thank you, Chair. I had the opportunity to listen in on the first MVPE committee, not the follow-up that happened this week. But on the first MVP committee, there was a lot of talk that these are very technical changes that had been reviewed by an ad hoc group. I don't know if anything changed at the Wednesday meeting, but just wondering if we could get a summary of what level of review has happened with what's being asked with these updates. Because my impression from the MVPE committee meeting is, with the exception of some options in a couple of limited spaces where both options are being moved forward, there aren't any real, this isn't a big policy change. It's really updating some technical information. So could we talk about what review process has happened up to this point?
Yeah, and thank you, Jay, for doing that, because we want to come in high level and frame this, and then also take public comment. I also will defer, Ben, if you want to jump in and weigh in on the action. I will say that this was the intended action today. I think everyone knew coming in this meeting this was the intended action. So thank you for the clarification on the agenda. We probably would do it differently in the future. Why don't you go ahead, Ben, and then we can take some public comment.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And yeah, I guess the actions that were taken at the MVP committee meetings were to identify and really forward on the options where there were options to the council to discuss. So the first item that Chris had shared for this CR C406 was it the 2.2? Yeah. So I don't believe there was a separate option for that. So I think the opinion of the committee was to recommend that would be forwarded on to CR 102 review and have that public review happen on those credit values. And I think a lot of the discussion was around the CRC 406.1 values that we have. I think we have a couple of the proponents for the various versions on that could definitely help explain more of the differences and kind of the methodology that behind those values. And then there's a couple other things for the residential energy code items that I think we can get into as well. But I think it would potentially, I guess my recommendation might be to potentially make a motion for the C406.2 values and then discuss the C406.1 options in more detail.
Okay. I think that helps frame it. So making sure we come into this correctly. Here we are. We're going to take some time to do this properly right now. This first item is the C406.2 option where there are not other options. I think we should take some public comment on this first, because some of the subject matter experts are here and can help bring the council up to speed on both the process that was done by PNNL and NIA, and then also frame this for the action. So with that, I'm going to go in order here. Larry, Greg, and Chell, all of their hands up. So we'll go with Larry first, please.
Yeah, this is Larry Andrews Mechanical. I want to kind of explain some relative thoughts that I've had hit me this week from studies that have been done. And I lived in a building that was built in the 50s, okay? And I am from the 50s. And it come to evidence now that what we bought in the 50s is costing us 2.5 times more today than what it was in the 50s. And that's relative to the dollars you're making. So if you had bought a house in the 50s for, let's say, $10,000, today that same house in relative dollars would cost you 20, 30, 40,000, $50,000 with the same dollars that you would have bought in the 50s. So instead of buying the $10,000 house in the 50s, it would have cost you $50,000 in the 50s for the same house. And nowadays it's $400,000. Okay. And here's the problem. The people can't afford to buy the houses or the buildings anymore because of the cost. And each time we go to these all these code updates, we intercommit. Well, it's only 3-4%, but over 50 years, it's made a huge proportionate change that people can't. Their wages haven't went up to cover what we're asking them to pay for, and that really kind of irks me quite a bit because this council, they don't care. I mean, they don't have to pay any money out of your pocket.
Larry,
Okay.
I'm
Now
sorry.
this is important. I think Todd,
I want to speak to the subject though, and
this is
I'm
to the subject.
trying to understand
This
if you're
is
redeliberating the.
no. This is to the subject, and I'm going to bring it into full council here in just a minute. Okay, and so I was asked in the tag, and I can't believe that you're trying to move the MPV committee forward when I don't know how many times I've asked to have my proposals reviewed when I was asked by the tag to go in and spend a bunch of time on
Larry,
the water proposals.
I need to insist here, Larry, that we're talking about the actual numbers and the analysis by PNL right now to
Right.
insert
And no,
into.
you brought it into it, Todd. You brought in that we need to move forward the documents. Okay. The document as a whole. Okay. The document as a whole is
Larry,
missing.
the document as a whole has already moved forward. We're talking about the
It's
specific
missing.
numbers now.
It's missing. And I've been told many times that I would have an opportunity and the tag would meet and bring it forward. And it's never happened. And
Larry,
here's
that's in public comment. I need to insist here, Larry.
I need to keep going here for just a second.
And
here's an important thing.
Larry, this is not an open mic opportunity here.
It's not an open mic. This has to talk about what we're talking about here. MVPE, which I was part of. Okay. And some of that has to do with the new proposals. If you have J.C. Penney's lose an electric water heater right now, and then these new proposals, it would cost $25,000 to replace it for what it is. But if we take to these new proposals, you're going to spend $200,000 to replace it with the new proposals. Okay. And this is how it's getting. It's just ludicrous of what these costs are going to.
Larry,
with
I'm sorry. I need to cut you off because
doing.
I'm not getting to the subject here in your argument here. Thank you, Larry. We'll come back. We need to keep this on topic to speaking to the subject of the table values for C406.2. We're not redeliberating the previous actions of including these petitions. So, Greg, can we go to you, please? You were a substantial piece of the MVPE meetings and a lot of contribution to this data. So I'm gonna go to you to help frame this for the council, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Just to give you a frame, the values that were on the screen just previously. So those were calculated by Pacific Northwest Laboratories. So they did energy modeling, and they linked these credit values are linked directly to EUI savings for hitting our state goals. So through there, you'll notice just kind of like an overview of what's when the tag had passed saying we're going to go to this thing, the tag put placeholders in for where the all the different energy efficiency measures were. And those are just placeholders, and now it's updated with Pacific Northwest Laboratories. And so you'll notice that the levels of savings are different. Like tags placeholder had like 15% reduction, and what the intent was from Pacific Northwest Laboratories was they would look to see if there's linearity because you can do interpolation. And so where you could get accurate enough with interpolation, they would set the values closer or farther apart for the percentage improvements over the base prescriptive code. So that's kind of why there is different levels that were stricken, and then also system types when it comes down to like mechanical systems and stuff. They modeled different system types, and so the tag had placeholders in there for a lot of the system types. And then during the modeling, P&L had added in sometimes more, sometimes they grouped things together, sometimes they split them out more refined. So that's what most of those changes were like, filling in the placeholders and then putting the actual credit values. Those credit value, so as anyone who's familiar with energy modeling, it's not an exact science, it's a guesstimation. And not saying that there isn't air free, but I would say that P&L did it with the highest level of integrity. So, this is way better than anything we've ever had in the past. And I can't speak more highly of P&L's work for doing that. So that's what that is. The one thing that P&L could not do is they could not set what the actual target was. So, I mean, while there's no dispute on P&L's work, everyone is in agreement for what the values were being, and P&L gave us Excel spreadsheets where we could enter in credit combinations and determine what the energy savings were to get to us to the target. That's really up to the council to decide what the target is, that we the exact credit values. And I'll pause and I'll refer to later when we get into the credit proposals, because one of them is mine, and then David Reddy had another set of proposed values. But if there's any questions on this right here, happy to answer those.
Okay, that's an important point, Greg, that I think you're reinforcing that we're talking about the analysis of the credits, and then we're going to get into next and what is the actual targets. So separating those two out is the strategy here. Any questions for Greg, and we can come back. I see Vikram has a question.
Forgive me, I've got a clarifying question that might seem naive. I'm trying to understand what I'm looking at. What does the slash mean? So 148 slash. For example.
So the first number is up in the title. The first zone is climate zone 4C, which is the west side of the mountains, so Seattle area. And then
it's for the two climate zones.
Yeah, and then 5B, and that's actually, we have two sections in the RCWs that actually mandate that we have to take in consideration climate zones, and so that is the meet that requirement, which we may not have necessarily done appropriately in prior codes, but this one we're checking that RCW box.
Thanks for the clarification. I missed the two climate zones of that.
No, it's an important question because trust your instincts. This is the first time I believe, right? We're seeing this climate zone separation. So thank you for that. Okay, Greg will still be around. So let's move into Chell to give us some background. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I was part of this group. I'm now off council, but I led the tag through the group. And then the informal kind of work group formed to help P&L figure this out. And there are a couple things. Big context in the 2021 code, we had a prescriptive path that required heat pump space heating and water heating generally, with some exceptions, many exceptions. And then there was a fossil fuel path, and the fossil fuel path had to make up additional credits under C406 for starting with less efficient equipment. So in the 2024 code, we merged those two. So now the C406 starts with, in general, the least efficient EPCA appliance that one can buy. And that gets you 0 points. And then anything you do beyond that gets you points. Each point is 0.1% of energy use reduction for that specific typology. So what you'll see in here is an air source heat pump might give you, like for H10, right, what we see is it's 19 points in 4C and 31 points in 5B. And that's for, I think, R1. And then for R2, which is the next column over, it gives you 123 points. What that means is that heat pump for that specific typology, for the first column gets you a 1.9% energy use reduction in 4C. And for the second typology, it gives you a 12.3% energy use reduction for that typology. So you can't really compare the number of points you get from one typology to the next. And that matters because the prescriptive code gets you a certain level of efficiency in each typology. And then C406, this whole table we're looking at, gets you an additional level of efficiency, but it's very different for different typologies. In some typologies, the measures covered under C406 need to get you to 20% energy use reduction. And in others, it's only trying to get you a 5% energy use reduction. Let's try and get really basic about how the table is set up. And this is all work from the tag that set up this process for that. One other contextual piece is that there are interactive effects. So for instance, if you have a better envelope, you will get slightly less credit for efficient heating appliances because you need less heat because you have a better envelope. There are other interactive effects in here, but I wanted to set that piece out as well.
Okay.
And I guess those are the basics for how this particular table is set up. And then I think Greg and I will have a lot more to say when it comes to how many credits are required to be gotten under each typology. So if there's any questions, I'm around.
Perfect, Joe. Thank you. I think that helps set this up. So we have a couple more hands, and again, we're speaking to the values here on this first motion here. So the PNNL analysis. We'll go to David Reddy, please. Oh, sorry, Dave. I assume you want to talk more when we get to the targets, right?
Yeah. Okay. Well, and I guess I would just add to what Greg and Shell. I think Greg alluded to this, that in previous code cycles, this kind of information was not available at this point in the process, to my knowledge. And so it's really valuable that we do have at least these credit value tables available to help put forth proposals that unlike we have in the past. So just appreciate that.
Yeah, and I think maybe I'm repeating myself here, but it's important, especially Vikram and and new members as we get to Morgan. We're going into the CR 102 filing process, so this is technically the first time that we're making this information all condensed into and available to the public for public comment and hearing. So when you hear things like there other values can be submitted via public comment, that's the process we're going into, is technically going into the public hearing and public comment process. So it is valuable we're trying to get these in for the filing so there's more information available. Okay, let's go to Patrick, please.
Thank you. For the record, again, this is Patrick Hanks with the Building Industry Association of Washington, representing residential construction in the state. I just quickly want to say welcome to the new council members. This is a great introductory meeting with some meaty stuff going on. I encourage you to keep asking questions. It helps to have a new set of eyes on this stuff and make sure it makes sense to people who haven't been in the weeds the whole time. I was not included in the external work group that worked on this, but I trust Greg and the folks involved saying PNNL did a good job modeling these numbers, and I support the committee action to include the C406.2 values in the CR 102 proposed rulemaking. It really helps the public to have values to gauge the impact of the next code instead of just TBD in their place. For the new members who probably don't know what CR 102 means, rulemaking has sort of three phases to it. The first phase is pre-proposal. That's where an agency initially starts its rulemaking, and for the State Building Code Council, you have the tags work on developing proposed changes. And then you have the proposed rules, which is very close to what the final version will be, and that's what you get public comment on. And then you have the final adopted rules. So what we're discussing is moving these forward so that the public can comment on them. Thank you.
Perfect. That's very helpful, Patrick. Okay, Greg, one more time.
Yeah, I thought I would maybe clarify a few things, maybe head off some questions. You might find some negative values. Those are accurate in the tables. If you're wondering why there's negative values, it has to do with you could model your system. There's a couple options of paths you could take. You can model the least efficient system as your 0 point. But your least efficient cooling system not always would be logical to have with the least efficient heating system. And so P&L chose to say, well, they want to model logical systems, combinations. And so when you do a logical combination, like if you had a system where the least performing heating system maybe had a above normal for the cooling system, well then to model that way and assign credits, you'd have to have negative. You're going to get the same net result if you did a fictitious modeling of systems as the bottom. But so that's kind of like the reason why you might see a few negatives. And a lot of those have to do with systems that would not have economizers or things like that. So like you might have, and so that's kind of where some of that goes. So if you're questioning those numbers, we'd be happy to dive in a little further or get, but that's just one thing there. And then one other thing to note is you'll notice that different measures have different credit values for different climate zones. And a good example would be lighting, for an example. Lighting, even your high efficiency LEDs, about roughly 80% of the energy that go into your lighting actually gives off as heat, not as light. And so that heat actually is a significant amount of heating the building during the wintertime. So in a climate, when you increase your efficiency for your lighting and you're giving off less waste heat, you have to make up that additional heat for heating in the winter. And so you'll notice that lighting is going to do a better benefit on the west side of the mountains because you don't have to heat the buildings as much. On the east side, you would have to make up more heat. So that's one of the reasons there. But then on the flip side, when you get things like insulation in the east side of the state, you're going to get more energy savings on your insulation because you have extremer climates than you would on the west side of the state. And you can go through all these different things, and that's why you'll notice the climate zone differences where some measures benefit one side of the state and some measures benefit the other side of the state. So that's digging a little bit more into the details for a lot of stuff, but this was all questions that a whole group of folks question and work through with P&L and for all these values.
Okay. Thank you, Greg. Okay, we're going to move to the council now and start moving towards a motion. One thing I want to point out is that this motion is primarily to update the table 406.2. Note there are a couple of minor, I think primarily editorial maybe, or just corrections in the text also. So that needs to be part of the motion. Okay, let's go with Roger first, please. And then as Dustin or Krista is scrolling, that's in what you'll see in the yellow.
Yeah, Todd,
go ahead.
I just wanted to take a step back, and particularly for new council members. I have a question, a clarifying question of the process that we've gone through. So the TAG went through all of these changes to the energy code. They moved the package that of which this table is part of onto the MBPE committee, standing committee. The MBPE standing committee recommended that we move everything forward other than updating these tables. I think, is that correct? So that the council at the last meeting moved to or voted to move basically the package onto CR 102 pending updating of these tables. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. I think in different words, yes, it's already been moved. It's already included in the package. No, and we've known that we're going to fill in the table values when available, and this is what's available today.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, good question, Roger. Go ahead, Vikram.
Yeah, just a couple of clarifications. One is, are we voting on just the table or the entire PDF with the formulas at the end as well?
Yeah,
And
so go ahead, finish your question. Sorry.
And the second one is there a documentation anywhere in this of what the baseline is that we're comparing all of these against?
Okay, so second question first. That'll be a discussion, for the next actions for the baseline. The baseline is set in statute as the Washington State Energy Code 2006. I'll let Ben and others that are much more qualified speak to that. But just to reiterate Roger's point, this petition to the council has already moved through the technical advisory groups, committee, so forth. It's already been directed by the council to prepare the filing, the rulemaking. So what we're doing today is something that's already submitted the petition. We are updating values and making a couple of minor editorial changes in the text. So we're not.
Todd, it might be helpful for some of the new people, just kind of piggybacking off of Patrick's very excellent overview of the APA process, the administrative process. Just so everybody remembers, the CR 102 has already been forwarded or already been approved to be submitted to, what do they call them now, Dustin? The
Code advisor.
Well, we don't call it the code advisor, but they have a new name for the office.
Oh, the RDS.
RDS, yeah, thank you for that. So these would just be changes, right, to that, directing staff to make changes to the CR 102 filing to reflect this latest information.
And the changes shown in RDS are differences from the 2021, but the baselines that Todd was talking about is the statutory baseline we need to make the comparison to show improvements in 2020 and 2030. We've got the 70% reduction. So there's a baseline we're making comparison there. But what's shown on these documents is changes to the WAC language that's already out there. So this would be a shift from 2021 language to the 2024 proposed language.
And the values are being calculated based on the 2024 language code requirements and the gains made by that and how much additional energy each of these measures would add on top of those base level changes. Sorry, it's getting complicated.
There's a few baselines in there. If that's clear as mud, ask more questions. We'll try to clarify.
And it's one more thing I wanted to say too. Again, this is mostly for the newer people. This process is a little confusing because we're not just adopting codes, we're making changes to regulations, right, that establish the codes, the building code, energy codes in the state. And so a lot of the work that we're doing here is all of the work in changing the codes is subject to the Washington State Administrative Procedure Act, which includes that cadence of filings that Patrick identified, but also requires us when we do make changes to do it in a pretty formal way with, strikeouts and, amendments and all the rest of the things like you can see here on the screen. It can make it a little confusing, but at the end of the day, the key is that we are adopting codes, and the key is the substantive information within the filing.
Trust your instincts. It's complicated. Okay, Ben, please.
All right. Thanks, Chair. So yeah, I was prepared to make the motion for the 406.2 section. And then I guess I would just comment that there is a summary document that was included with the meeting packet that explains some more of the baseline information. I think that was a separate document, Krista or Dustin. But yeah, this and then there was also the kind of executive summary up here as well as part of this. So I guess my motion would be to include the mandatory section for C406.2 that was included with the meeting and that we're looking at currently, or we were looking at the updated code language into the CR 102 for public review.
Great.
I'll second that.
I'm not sure who that was.
Roger.
Roger, thank you, Roger. So it's been moved and seconded. We're going to go into any deliberation. We'll start with Katie.
Yeah, what I remember from the MVPE meeting was that there was everybody agreed 99% on most of this, and this was the section that we agreed on. So just to remind everybody that this one was not where we had a lot of debate. So yeah. I'm in support of this motion.
But it definitely was worth the investment in time here to make sure everyone understands what we're doing. Thank you. I agree with you. Okay, I'm seeing no other council hands. With that, let's try a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, with that vote, then the motion passes. So that is C406.2. Our next consideration is, Krista, I'll just defer to you on which one you'd like to bring up.
Okay, so now we're moving on to C406.1, where the actual number of credits that you would need to achieve for each occupancy type is set out. And there were two different options provided to the council. And you'll notice that it only fills out a portion of the table. So the rest of the table for additions and alterations would still need to be calculated out based on the actual requirement for new buildings. Most of those are set as a percentage of those, except for I don't think road management credits were, but so we have one option from David Reddy and one from Greg Johnson, and their methodologies differ a little bit, and I think it would probably be beneficial to hear from each of the proponents on their separate options if the council so wishes.
Yep, I think that's appropriate, Chris. I agree. We'll try to find the right balance here of technical depth that's already been discussed at the MVPE and TAG. But it is important that we understand that this was moved forward with two options for the council to decide on whether two options should also move forward into CR 102 for public review, or if some guidance and decision can be made here on these targets so that one option is moving forward to filing. I think it's probably best to just I see Greg's hand up. Maybe just have Greg introduce here and give David and others a chance to also contribute. So let's start with Greg, please.
Yeah, first I'll answer a question that Vikram had about baseline. And I hope that in hindsight, we debated baseline way too much, and it really wasn't relevant and requires a decision on that point. So hopefully we don't talk about that too much here. But essentially, the backstory is statute requires us to use the 2006 Washington State Energy Code as our baseline, and we're trying to get 70% reduction. I don't know if you have that graph on the report screen showing up. So here we have to hit between the red and blue lines is the range where we're really targeting. So essentially, if you choose the red line, that's just an absolute 8.7% savings year over year. The blue line is a 14% savings over the prior code cycle. So that's kind of like the range that we've been hitting. So for this code cycle, these numbers are getting smaller and smaller. We're trying to hit somewhere between 48 and 41% reduction in energy, percent reduction in energy use. The only challenge we had was there was no model that was usable by P&L for the 2006 Washington State Energy Code. They're developing it. The last ETA I heard was in July they'd have that available. But so we have to use a stand-in baseline for that. Probability, we had three different baselines that were modeled to give us energy savings compared to. One was the 2000 ASHRAE 90.1 2004. One was the ASHRAE 90.1 2007, and one was the IECC 2006. And so those were the three baselines. So that's what this packet includes, showing what the results were on these different baselines. Chances are we're somewhere between the 2004 and the 2007 for the ASHRAE 90.1. There's a disagreement on where we're at, but no one really knows. So if you think we're closer to the 2007, there's graphs in here that you just focus on that are more 2007. If you scroll down a little bit, you'll see so these are the comparison of the baselines. This is with no energy credits. So without any energy credits, you can kind of see if we were to be closer to 2004, we're doing better and we don't need as many credits. If you're closer to 2007, then you're not doing as good and you need more credits. Both David's and my numbers would meet our targets for 2007. So really, in a way, you can look to see that we don't necessarily need to have the debate on which baseline we go towards for today. So then if you scroll down to the credits, here's a summary of credits. The purple is David's version 3, which is the option before you, and then the orange is the option I provided. If you scroll down a little more, we'll get into the details. And I should just benchmark here. Here's where the Washington State last code, an estimation, it's not exact, but an estimation where last code would have achieved for energy savings. So you'll see weighted average, if you were to look at the 2007, the last year's energy code would have been just barely above that red line, according to our estimations. And then if you scroll down to the next page, so quick overview. One thing to note is not every building type gets the same level of energy efficiency. It's incredibly challenging for hospitals to make our targets. They're not achieving the targets. But then there's other building types like where if you scroll slightly down, you can see the labels on the bottom of the graph. Yeah, right there. You can see that warehouses, schools, and retail are exceeding the targets by quite a bit. And so what's been done is a weighted average of what's the percentage of building stock compared to the energy savings, and then that gives our aggregate savings for the state. And right there in the white, you'll see what the weighted percentage of what building types you'll have on the for that climate zone. So you'll notice on the east side of the state, we have a whole lot more schools, retail, and warehouses. And so because we have a whole lot more of those, I mean, that's over half of our construction is warehouses, schools, and retail. We're doing way better on the east side of the state because we predominantly have those types of building types. If you look on the west side of the state, we predominantly have apartments is the largest occupancy, followed by offices. And so the west side of the state's not doing as well in their energy efficiency goals for that reason. One of the big pushes I did for these credit requirements is I was saying, trying to meet the energy targets, saying, well, we need to have both the east side and the west side meet our targets, and we need to be more equal and not ask the east side to do a lot more than the west side. So that's where I'm trying to get more of a balance. I was targeting right in the middle between the red and blue lines, so exactly 44.5%. You'll notice lower numbers are better. So as the bars go up, which is a lower number for percentage, you get better. So for aggregate doing the thing, I could not get the west side of the state to the exact halfway point. and have systems that I thought were EPCA compliant, which is a regulation we had. So I set the west side numbers at the maximum value for each occupancy that I thought was possible to do a EPCA compliant and comply with EPCA, which is a federal regulation that we have to comply with. So if you go any above those numbers on the west side, I don't know if we're going to be EPCA compliant or not. So that's probably the ceiling that you could possibly get. And then since that still fell 44.7, not quite at our goal, in order to get the whole state, I did have to make the east side a little more stringent than so we're about 2/3 of the way up on the east side. So that was my methodology, trying to comply with having equal energy savings on the east versus the west side, even though the east side's still doing more, and trying to hit on about midway point is what I was reasonably done. You'll see that at least on the west side of the state, David's revised numbers are not too far off from mine on the west side. There's a couple occupancies where I think I asked for more credits for him, but just recognizing, and I should note, it's not easy to get these credits. Like if you, at the very end of this document, you'll notice the very last, starting on page 8, if you scroll way down, page 8. So we had about 13 architects and engineers independently, which Chell, I think, helped recruit, and one more page down. And then Andy Burham, which she did an amazing job facilitating them. And they were subjectively ranking what the credit measures were and how hard and easy they were to get. And so this is the results of that on how they rank. So both the credit values and also the how easy or hard things are to get. And just to highlight, when she ranked them, she had another category in there of baseline, which was just basically you would do it no matter what for the code. I combined that category with low just for simplicity. So the low category includes both things that are common / standard construction and also those that are low cost. And so on there, just a note on the definitions, the medium category is going to increase your design costs and impact. And then the high means it may be feasible, it may not be feasible. So some of these target levels, P&L set above what current technology is, because we know in the next 3 years you're going to have improvements. And so not all these levels are achievable. And so some of these red one or the dark orange is possible with very high costs and design impacts. Some of them are not possible. So just a note that when you start venturing in the red or dark orange category, you're in the what may or may not be feasible. So that's the breakdown. So I won't represent that it's going to be easy. What I've proposed is going to be hard and expensive, especially on the west side. So I'll just note that and highlight that. And then the last thing to note is if you go, we increased the baseline requirements for the prescriptive code, which is on the page right before this, on page 7, is a list of all the baseline requirements that actually impact the credit values. So most of the credit values are percent improvement over baseline. And so if you want to go link back through what all the credits on the baselines were, this is kind of a list of what changed and what increased that impacts the credits. So when you get a credit that you had under the 2021 code, you are doing less than if you do the same credit now, you're doing a lot more because the base code increased. And then if you went back up to the page one prior 6 on this PDF.
Hey, Greg, just to clarify, because you're using the term baseline there, just to clarify that those are the required.
Yes, that's the prescriptive required. Yeah, sorry, not to be confused with the baseline of what we're measuring energy efficiency. That's the prescriptive minimum requirements that you need for a building. So one thing that changed significantly for this code cycle is we probably had one of the biggest increases in prescriptive minimum requirements, increased quite a lot of that. So because we increased our baseline requirements in the code, our UA values jumped way up. Our lighting power densities dropped way down because of all these prescriptive minimum requirements increased, we got a lot more savings out of the base code. And so you'll see here, this is just the base code, the gray, what we've already achieved just by without the energy credits. I mean, if you wanted to look at a different baselines, you could see where we're at on the other codes, the IECC 2006 or the ASHRAE 90.1 2004. So, I mean, you can see if we were on ASHRAE 90.1 2004, we would be almost at our targets close. And you can see I threw in for clarity the 30% goal. That's our 2030 goal that we're trying to get to for, so we have 2 more code cycles to get there to the end goal. So that kind of gives an overview of what I set and how I set the credits. So open to any questions or.
Yeah, thank you, Greg. And just council and everyone, this is the hard one today. So this is the big decision today is to understand this and decide what we're moving forward in terms of the credit targets. Let's take a question first from Vikram before we go on to more public comment.
Sorry, I've got a clarification on the graphs on page 4, where you're comparing, David's versus Greg's thing. That chart. I'm having a hard time understanding, how to read this chart, the one above with the orange and purple. The way I'm looking at this, so I understand the comparison between 4C and 5B. What I'm having a hard time understanding is the stacks on there, right? So is this a combination of things that David and Greg have agreed on together, or are they somehow separate?
This is just an show comparing David and mine to the percentage thing overall. So the base code is what gets you on the gray up to that level of energy efficiency. If you add on, usually in most categories, I suggested less credits than David. So if you added on my credits, that would increase your energy efficiency up to where the top of the orange is. And then if you took David's credits, you would increase up to the top of the purple. And so those are just showing the different results by individual occupancy and climate zones and overall. There's 2 areas, that was offices and schools on the west side, where I proposed higher levels of energy efficiency than David. And so then that way you don't see David's level on those 2 occupancies. But I mean, that's just showing what the net result of the credit requirements.
Thank you for that clarification.
It's the right question. Thank you, Vikram, for asking that, because purple and orange do not stack here. Just that purple is higher in most cases, and you see that in the table up above.
Just to make sure I understand, so the way I'm reading this now, based on Greg's clarification, is that for most of these, David actually has more stringent requirements, and so that gets added on top of Greg's, except for like 4C office buildings where it's all Greg because his is more stringent than David's. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that question.
Yeah. I don't know. No.
It's a good time, David. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So, and also I think, Vikram, you had the question about baseline, and I think it is important to define that there's actually 2 baselines, really. For the credits themselves, the energy savings that Shell referred to, the 0.1% per credit, that savings is with respect to a 2024 Washington State Energy Code building without any additional energy efficiency measures and using the minimum gas efficiency equipment. So that is the baseline for the credit values. So if you get any kind of credits above and beyond, or if you add any credits to a building, you're adding more efficiency to the existing 2024 mandatory requirements, mandatory and prescriptive requirements. And then this overall weighted and savings with respect to the baseline, the 2006 Washington State Energy Code baseline, that's the other baseline that and the savings that Greg has plotted here are the result of the code 2024 code plus the additional efficiency credits, how does that savings correspond to the 2006 Washington State Energy Code baseline, or at least a proxy for it? So we've had a lot of discussion about we don't have a modeled 2006 Washington State Energy Code baseline here. What we're looking at right now is compared to 90.1 2004. The groups the working groups had a lot of discussion about what, in the absence of having a true modeled 2006 baseline, what is the closest that we have available? And the general consensus was the 90.1 2007 being, by many different measures, the best proxy that we have at this point. So if the council is going to look at any of these charts, I would strongly recommend looking at the 90.1 2007 charts as a point of reference. So hopefully,
David, you'd like us to scroll up to that one?
It'd be helpful to go to the 90.1 2007 chart at this point. Yeah, here we go.
And again, just so we don't get, I agree, David, we can discuss this. It's just, we don't want the council to get too distracted, but you have to look at the patterning in all of this, because there's no exact answer. In the end, we're going to evaluate, and we have to report to the legislature every 3 years what the savings we believe occurred. But I'll let you speak to it, David. Not.
Yeah, well, I think Greg and I's proposals both achieve similar levels of energy efficiency. Mine goes a bit further.
I'm sorry, David, can I interrupt? I think you meant to scroll to the one where we still are comparing purple and orange, but off of the 2007 is what you were asking for.
Yeah, if we have that.
Or does that not exist? I'm sorry if that doesn't.
Gotcha. It's on page 4. It exists on page 4. Excuse me. No, it's up higher. It's on page 3. I mean.
There we go.
Here we go. Great. So to get to the thinking that went into my proposal, mine does go. You can see if you just look at the far right bar, the very far right bar, you can see Greg's orange bar, and this is taking weights and applying the credit packages to the buildings by their weights, and it is also weighted by the energy use of the building itself. So it is weighted by energy and other floor area weights. The far right bar represents the kind of very small difference between the weighted resulted savings with respect to this 90.1 2007 baseline. They're very close. So that's one thing. If you're looking at the overall savings, they're similar. Mine goes a bit further with the intent of pushing our code a little bit closer to where I think we need to be to stay on the right trajectories for each code cycle. But the approach, you can see there are big differences, especially in some building types, in that my approach was to utilize, in terms of systems that were consistent with the prescriptive 2021 Washington State Energy Code, which generally would have, not using the fossil fuel path, required using heat pump technology of some sort, and then adding a few other additional efficiency measures, and taking the same approach for both climate zone 4C and 5B. So a technology or a climate zone agnostic approach. Like if you're going to adopt using heat pumps in 4C, you're also going to adopt using heat pumps in 5B. And so that's how these differences arrive for the most part, is that my approach did not look at the climate zones differently in terms of what types of technologies were used in terms of space and water heating efficiency, just applying them equally as would generally have been done under buildings permitted under the 2021 Washington State Energy Code. So that's in a nutshell my approach, it does result in a little bit overall weighted savings, but it is much more climate zone agnostic in terms of the types of technologies used.
Okay, Roger, you had a question, did you? Okay. Okay, thank you, David. Let's move to Chell, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with the facts that both David and Greg used. We all kind of used the same underlying data. But I think the data, how it was presented in Greg's, I think is a different way, and it's not, in my opinion, the best way to look at our code and our progress. But we are both using the same data, and I respect Greg and all of the things that he's done to move the code forward and help out and all that. So I think primarily there's kind of a east side versus west side. What you look at when you look at Greg's table is it looks like the east side is being asked to do a lot more than the west side. And I don't think that's true for a few reasons. The main issue is that energy use includes things that the code controls: heating, cooling, lighting, and a few other things. But energy use also includes things the code doesn't regulate, such as the equipment in buildings. So like office computers, MRI machines in a hospital, et cetera. When you exclude this equipment load, which is not regulated by the energy code, you get a very different picture of energy progress. And so what we see on the chart here is how much space heating reduction has occurred between the baseline code in 2007 and the current draft 2024 code without the C406 measures. And what you'll see in almost every instance is that you're getting a higher percentage of space heating savings in 4C. And then we go to the next slide. You look at water heating reduction. You're not seeing much of for the water heating, you're not seeing much of a difference between the two. And then you go to the lighting reduction, and you're not seeing there's really no difference between the two, except a very small fraction of a percentage in some cases. Then you go to the next one. And this is looking at all the typologies, all the PNNL outputs, and stacking up all the equipment is in the dark blue at the bottom. And then we get into things that the code regulates kind of at the top of each bar. And they're grouped in 4. So you see 4C, the left 2 bars, and then you can go to the next one. So this is just looking at a high-rise apartment example and how it's looked at in the chart. And when you exclude the equipment loads, which are generally not regulated by the code, what you see is you get a 50% reduction in those regulated loads within the 4C and a 52% reduction within 5B. So there's a 2.2% difference between these. And then when you go to the next page, I put that percentage above each typology. And so, all right. And so what this is suggesting is there's not really a climate basis for having a significant number of point difference between 5B and 4C, because when you exclude equipment, they're virtually the same. And if you go to the next page, they're actually a negative number here is where the 4C is actually saving more energy than 5B when excluding equipment. So if you go back to Greg's chart, right here, yeah, this chart that David and Greg talked about, if you look at the Greg Johnson proposal for, let's say, R2, each point is worth 0.1% energy savings. When you look at R2, what Greg has proposed is buildings on the west side of the state need to get a 24.9% reduction through energy efficiency and C406, while buildings on the east side of the state only need to get a 9% reduction You see the 249/90. That's what that means, is you have a base code that applies to everywhere. And then we're asking buildings on the west side of the state to get an additional 25% energy use reduction out of C406, while buildings on the east side of the state are only being asked to get a 9% reduction. And I don't think there's a real climate basis for that, for a variety of reasons, most of which I presented already. I think there's also the red line and the blue line, and I think the blue line is the one that is the smooth glide path, where each code cycle you get 14% reduction based on the prior code. The red line looks like it's easier. It's 8.7% of the base code, but what it means is for the code cycle in 2030, you need to get a 25% reduction in that code cycle. It's going to be very painful to get there because we're not going on a smooth path. The blue line is actually a smooth path where every cycle you get a 14% reduction. The red line, that last code cycle, you're getting a 25% reduction in that one code cycle, which is going to be painful. And it's because it is 8.75% based on 2006 each cycle. But that last cycle, you're going from what you see on the right is from 39% to 30%, which is a 25% reduction in energy use, approximately. So each point is worth 0.1% in the typology, within that specific typology, and then it just doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand how you can say it's at all equitable to have buildings on the west side of the state, going back to the thing we were just looking at, number of points, to have things on the east side of this state get perhaps a 9% reduction, while things on the west side of the state get a 25% reduction. So there's regulated loads and unregulated loads. And I think when you exclude the unregulated loads, or those loads that are equipment based, it really changes the picture of this chart. And so I think this chart is certainly one way to look at it. But I think a better way to look at it from a code writing perspective would be to look at the percentage reduction when excluding regulated loads, or when excluding unregulated loads. And I think also, to David Reddy's point, the Johnson version of the points rolls back the energy code on the east side of the state, which my understanding is the RCWs, the legislature, has not allowed us to do that. And I want to also to thank the work groups that worked really hard to kind of help figure all these things out. I think we agreed on almost everything. And it was an awesome set of work groups. Andy Burnham led the group. I was on it. Greg was on it. Danielle De Castro, Brandon Inman and McGregor Anderson, Nathan Miller, Sid Kumar, Tommy Ruggles, Lisa Rosenow, Irina Susarova, David Reddy, and Callan Reckinger, and Laurel Schandelmeyer, sorry. All dedicated a bunch of time to try and help us get through this. So hopefully I made some good points. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chell. And I think this is, so now we've heard from essentially the three proponents, because Chell, you led this effort, this technical advisory group. Chell, can you state kind of clearly though for the council what your recommendation is? You made the argument about unregulated loads, but the recommendation for what we do have in front of us.
Yeah, I think the David Reddy proposed credits are more equitable and fair across the state and align more with how I think a code should be constructed. In other words, all the points that I made about when including relative efficiency from heating, cooling, and lighting, and the things that the code actually impacts. I think the David Reddy version is a better version to start out with. And I guess I'd recommend that is what the council moves forward with. Obviously, there's other options, such as moving forward with both as an options and other things. But I think David Reddy's version is closer to probably where we want to be.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I thought that's what I heard. Vikram has a question.
Yeah, Thanks for that, Jill, and mostly thanks for everyone who contributed to this. I just have one clarification. When we say David Ready version, I see V1, V2, and V3. Which one are we talking about?
I would say V3, and David can explain the difference.
No, just to be clear, the MVPE committee only recommended V3 David Ready in the action taken. It's not that the council couldn't go and revisit that, but I think David stated very clearly that this is his revised and updated.
Thank you, Chair.
Yep. So, and Greg, what we're looking at here, you did update these. Thank you for doing these, by the way, but this is the David Ready version 3, right?
That is correct. I updated that that V3 came in last minute. So that was a last minute update. So, and
it says it right there on the bottom there. Thank you for saying that. Okay. Okay. We're going to try to converge now for the council. So we have some hands up still in the public. And so I'm going to ask everyone to speak to now advise. We've heard from all the proponents and the TAG chair. Now let's speak directly to the council on your recommendation in these two examples. So let's go first with Kevin, please. I'm sorry, Patrick. I thought your hand was up.
Yep. Do you want me to go?
Yeah, why don't you go? Kevin, can you mute and then we'll come right back to you. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, there's a lot going on here. I want to explain a little bit more in depth since I know we have new council members. So I'm not just throwing out RCWs that'll fly over your head. So there's different statutory requirements that apply to the State Building Code Council. You have general ones that apply to all agencies performing rulemaking, and that's like the Administrative Procedure Act, RCW 3405. And it has requirements that like the probable benefits of a proposed rule need to exceed the probable costs and things like that. And then you have specific statutory sort of rules or requirements that apply specifically to the State Building Code Council or the various codes. And the Energy Code has its own RCW 1927A. So I went through and looked at that, and there's a lot of different requirements in that, but I think there's some primary ones at play that when you're considering here. So first and foremost is we probably talked around it, but I don't think we directly referenced it, and that is the residential and non-residential construction permitted under the 2031 State Energy Code must achieve a 70% reduction in annual net energy consumption using the adopted 2006 Washington State Energy Code as a baseline. That's from RCW 1927A. And then on top of that, it says you have to incrementally move towards achieving that 70% reduction. So you can't just wait to 2031 and do the whole 70%. And so you've been trying to move along that pathway. The commercial code has had a little more volatility. In 2015, I think it was way above the red line. And then in 2021, it got closer to the red line. And so now you're looking at effectively both these targets kind of split in between those two. So each cycle you've made really big jumps trying to get back into sort of your target range. And now the statute gives that overall directive, but it doesn't give you complete instructions on how to go there. And so somewhere along the line, the State Building Code Council decided for the commercial code to take this weighted approach. So you look at the building stock of the state and you estimate how many of each occupancy is it broken out by, and then you divide it by climate zone. And so because you take that approach, you're not going to have the exact same requirements for each climate zone. And then because the east side has a less moderate climate, it has higher highs and lower lows, it's going to benefit more from energy efficiency improvements, generally speaking, like across the board, but definitely in the prescriptive code, than the west side. So that then compounded by the taking the weighting approach means you're not going to have the same target for each climate zone. But so 1927A, you have by 2031, you have your target. And then it also says in 27A, you need to look at climate zones, which you're doing. And there is an off ramp if something isn't technically or commercially available or economically feasible. You can delay the development of the code and report to the legislature, but that's kind of an aside point. But the APA requirements, it has a specific line that you determine after considering alternative versions of the rule and the analysis required under this section that the rule being adopted is the least burdensome alternative for those required to comply with it that will achieve the general goals and specific objectives. So I think Greg has done a really great job of trying to figure out what is the way that you can hit your statutory obligations in the least burdensome way. That doesn't mean that his is easy. It's not. It's going to be really hard because you have to think, you can't just look at the credit numbers and compare it to 2021 because the commercial code made a lot of increases in the base prescriptive requirements. So like you already have to do more. And then on top of that, it's going to be harder to get some of the same credit options that you could get in 2021. Improving your overall UA is going to be a lot harder in 2024. So even with Greg's targets, they're the least burdensome between the two. And because of that, I think it's the best option for the council to have for final adoption under the APA. It still doesn't mean it's easy. It's still going to be hard. It's still going to be challenging. It doesn't mean it's not stringent. It is very stringent. It's a huge increase from 2021, trying to get into your blue line glide path there. And then to Shell's point, I'm not aware of anywhere in the statutes where it says that you have to increase stringency on every single occupancy, every single system type, every single building component. And in fact, I think that would be counter to good code development. Sometimes you need to be able to go up and adjust and realize maybe we went a little bit too far and something wasn't commercially available. Or if you're able to find a better way to hit your primary objective overall, you might have stringency change in one occupancy or one building type or one system type. You don't have to increase stringency across the board on every single thing each code cycle. With Greg's option, you're still hitting your targets. I think it's the clear and away the least burdensome alternative, and therefore the council should move forward it, especially speaking for residential construction. His is light years going to be the least burdensome alternative for housing and reduce the negative impacts to housing affordability. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Patrick. Good points. Kevin, I think I've been playing head fix and so you want to go ahead?
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is Kevin Newell with Northwest Natural. I had a couple questions on the presentation about regulated and unregulated loads and what's the appropriate way to look at credits and savings. I'm not seeing anything in statute about that differentiation between regulated and unregulated loads. I'm assuming the energy use reduction called for is the total energy use, regardless of whether it's regulated or not. Is that a correct interpretation? I just don't know.
Greg, do you want to give a quick answer to that? I know you have an opinion.
Yeah, I'll say that that's not stated. Oh, there's an echo. Okay, so it's not stated. Unregulated loads is not stated that we have to consider that differentiation. It's never been done, and even the model codes, they don't do that necessarily for setting the requirements. I would have loved to do plug differentiation because what's not shown on these graphs is the weightings of the building types. And if you look at the building types that have the least amount of unregulated loads, like warehouses, that would really benefit the east side. So this misses showing the depiction of the weightings and how that corresponds. So I refrained from doing that because I didn't want to show numbers that were overly biased. I want to be very true to showing the accurate picture of how it's always been done, even though it would have benefited me to include that.
Okay, thank you, Greg. And I'll come back to you. Thank you for answering that question.
can I respond to
Kevin?
that?
Yeah, of course, please.
Okay.
Yeah. In no way am I suggesting that the statute would exclude regulated loads. I believe strongly, and I don't think there's any reason not to believe that the statute that requires a 70% energy use reduction includes regulated and unregulated loads. My point with these charts was to show that the Building Code Council has some impacts on energy use, but not impacts on all energy use. The Building Code Council is not impacting the energy use of an MRI machine, for example, in a hospital. So I was tailoring this to what do we have control over and what should we ask our buildings to do within the regulated load sphere. And what these charts were showing is that when you exclude the unregulated loads, the equipment loads, there's not much difference between the east side and the west side of the state in terms of energy use reduction under the codes, under the base code before you get to C406. That was my primary point. I'm sorry if that didn't come across.
Well, thank you for that. Kevin, why don't you go ahead, and then I think Roger has a question for you.
Yeah, so seeing as how it's the total energy consumption that the statute is focused on, at least that's, I think I just heard. I'm looking at, say, restaurants, sit-down restaurants, and the numbers are about 400 versus 300 versus the two climate zones. That seems a lot more than 4%. That looks more like, I don't know, 30%. So there's a significant difference, and it makes sense to what other folks have said about the temperature swings on the east side are much wider than on the west side, which, I mean, that just looking at the numbers, but also my physical experience. Yeah, Seattle is very mild and stays that way throughout the year, and Spokane is get roasted and frozen. So I can see how even just envelope improvements would make a more dramatic improvement on the east versus west. So I'm not, I guess I'm not seeing the evidence for the notion that east and west aren't that different. Sure, if you exclude unregulated loads, maybe that ratio becomes closer, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about energy use by a building and a given occupancy in a given climate zone, and it looks like they're quite dramatically different, and therefore there needs to be a different approach. I'm not sure exactly what that approach should be, but so that's one set of questions and comments. Can I ask another while I'm at it, or should I wait?
Yeah, absolutely. Unless, Roger, did you want to sneak in a specific question to that point?
Go ahead, Kevin.
Okay. The other question I had was on, oh boy, I'm losing track of which chart I've been looking at here. I think it's further down. I'm not even sure what to call it. Sorry. Yeah, not that one. Oh, okay. It's going to be the one that summarizes the two credit proposals. I'm not sure where that lives. There we go. Okay, so thank you. That's exactly it. So, I mean, and I guess if I take the opposite approach and say, yeah, East and West are about the same, they should have about the same credit requirements. Well, if that's true, then I'm not sure which column we're looking at, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 over, they're both dramatically different, and they're actually in opposite directions. Same with number 8. I don't know what occupancies we're looking at there. Okay, so retail and school. They're wildly different between between the proposals and within the proposals. So I'm not sure how to reconcile that either. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. Let's skip to Roger. Go ahead.
Yeah, Todd, I just wanted to, this is one of my comments that I've been trying to champion at every meeting that I'm at. And I have every respect for Patrick and his bringing the RCWs in front of us. However, I have always said if we're going to start making decisions at this council based on interpretations of the RCW, we really need to have them up in front of us, because even Kevin asked if he was interpreting the RCW correctly. This is not a very good space for us to be as a group trying to interpret the RCWs, because there are differences of opinion, different ways to read it. You need to look at the whole RCW, not just pieces. So particularly for our new council members, we do have RCWs for sure. Patrick, I'm not accusing Patrick of doing this, taking bits and pieces, because I have a lot of respect for Patrick, and we've had a lot of good conversations about these. But I just want to caution us to getting into an interpretation of RCW discussion at today's meeting.
Okay, thank you. And Patrick, I'll give you a chance to respond there. Go
Todd,
ahead.
did you see how I came off camera for that?
Yeah. Go ahead.
So I just want to remind folks too about where we're at in the process. I certainly am going to endorse Patrick's approach to reminding folks that we are subject, the council is subject to state statutes, federal laws too, and the work that we're doing. But one of the cool things about the APA is that the council's engagement with its legal authority is something that is subject to some public scrutiny. So not just in this meeting, but also over the course of the rule development process. So we're going to go into a public comment phase now, following whatever decision the council makes today. And that is routinely the prime opportunity for folks like Patrick and others who have opinions about what the law requires and what the council should do with the legal authority to bring that to the attention of the council. So when the council ultimately makes a determination, as it's required to when it's promulgating significant rules like this one, that it is fully informed about not just the merits of the rules, but also potential legal risk. So I guess I want to echo Roger's point. This generally isn't the point in the process. I don't understand Patrick to be inviting us to have a legal debate right now. It's generally not where we would have sort of a robust discussion about what the legal requirements are. There's space for that. But typically what we'll see is that those discussions are facilitated through the public comment period that is going to follow the filing of the CR 102.
Okay, thank you for that. We're going to need to take a break, but I want to give Patrick a chance to respond since you were, cited here. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, I was trying to keep it simple without throwing out a bunch of numbers. But I have the specific references if you need to. If there's a chat, I'd put them into the chat so it's easy to grab for people. But also knew Derek was on and could go over stuff. I do think it's important to discuss the least burdensome and the general. You have to, right, if the proposals weren't going to hit your statutory targets, you'd want to consider that, so you're putting out something that's going to comply with that. And then I think the least burdensome alternative is relevant, because that's going to inform your documentation for the CR 102. And if you only went with David Reddy's option, then people could come back and just point out and said, well, you had a completely viable alternative that you didn't move forward. So I appreciate it's not you don't have to make final legal determinations today, but I think it's relevant to the discussion.
Yeah, I thank you for clarifying that. I think that point is well taken, and so thank you for that. The least burdensome piece. Okay, everyone. we've been at this for 2 hours and the hands are still lighting up. So the challenge we have today, and I have chairing this, is we're going to have to come back and be really focused on this action of deciding between these two options or both to move forward. So it's a deep topic. So let's, if everyone's okay with that, let's take a 10-minute break and come back at 12:10, and we'll continue this. Yes, go ahead.
Eric, I just want to let you know I have to board a plane, so I'm
Okay.
not going to be on the rest of the meeting. And I do want to thank everybody. It's obvious that there's a whole lot of really good work that has gone into this. So thank you, everybody.
Yep. Good comments. Thank you. Roger, go ahead, Tom, before we break.
Yeah, I know we're going into a break. I would be willing to make a motion while Roger's still here if we want to take a few minutes to move Greg Johnson's credit measure values forward only.
We can just, if you're monitoring the attendees, though, we still have public comment that hasn't been heard, but I'll defer to the council on how you'd like to move forward.
I'm willing to wait too, but I would make that motion.
Okay.
It
I didn't hear that, Katie.
I jumped ahead of Jay, but I was just going to say, it looks like Roger already jumped off the call, and I would just wait for a motion until after our break. I would really appreciate a break.
Okay. Jay?
Yeah, I would concur. I think we're going to have significant debate on any motion and would rather do it after the debate.
Okay.
After the break. Thank you.
I think what we agree on is take a break. So let's go to 12:11 now, please. Okay, thank you, everyone. My apologies, that break was probably a little short, but we recap where we are. We are on our hardest agenda item today. The other ones will be a little more straightforward, but I wouldn't budget enough time for everything today. So I ask that we try to put the landing gear down and see if we can get this thing on the ground. I want to take a little more public comment first and just ask that everyone be very specific about a recommendation to the council that of either submitting both options or either of the options, and then the justification for what leads to the best public process and gets us to the best answer here. So let's go Tom first and then Jay.
Well, I was still in the same lane as I was before the meeting or the break. So if we want to wait on a motion and get more public comment first, I'd be happy to do that, but I'd like to be able to do that.
Okay.
At an opportune time.
Okay, let's preserve that, and then and that's a preference for the Greg Johnson approach, and I think that helps.
Correct.
People give responses to. Go ahead, Jay.
Thank you, Chair. One of the things that I am looking at is this particular table and chart comparing the Ready and the Johnson credit requirements between the different climate zones, and across the board, the Ready proposal seems to require more credits in 5B on the east side, and the Johnson proposal across the board has significant lesser credits on the east side. And so I'm wondering if they could talk to those and because I don't like to understand some of the reasoning behind that that doesn't make this an East versus West discussion that we put forward. Thanks.
It doesn't help that we have different climates, East versus West, does it?
This is David Reddy. Can I take a stab at addressing that question first?
Yeah, go ahead and can you also just make sure everyone clarify, everyone understands that if the table is additional credits to the minimum requirements, just so that we're all on the same page.
Yeah, yep. So these credits encompass the additional items that would be required to be done beyond the minimum 2024 energy code. And the majority of the credits, the measures in the table that have the most number of credits associated with them are related to space heating and water heating. And therefore, those are the ones that amount to, when we're getting up into the hundreds of credits, those are the measures that you would need to look at in order to get to those levels. I wanted to dispel the notion that my proposal, it was an attempt to ask or to require higher, more cost or more effort to save more to offset, the 4C climate zone from saving as much. The approach is to use the same technologies in both. And the principal discrepancy arises from that if you use a heat pump to in your building, you save a lot more energy than you do using a gas efficiency appliance. So that's what my package encompasses, and that's why the 5B, there's more savings in 5B with my proposals. It's just purely the undisputable fact that if you use a higher efficiency heating source, you're gonna get more savings, even if you use the same heating appliance, like a minimum efficiency code heat pump. So that's the fundamental reason. As I mentioned, I'm applying the exact same technologies in both climate zones. So my proposal reflects using a heat pump for heating in both climate zones, and the result is what you see. You get more savings in climate zone 5B.
May I respond also? Give the other.
Yeah. Go ahead, Greg. Yeah.
So if you're trying to force the same system types or the same technology, that fundamentally violates EPCA. So EPCA, which I can reference if you guys want to bring it up per Roger's thing, that's 42 USC 6297 F3, which I can summarize, but basically requires a one-for-one energy equivalent use or equivalent cost basis. So you're not allowed to do it on an appliance by appliance or technology by technology basis. You have to do it on energy use or energy savings or the cost of the energy. And that is a key requirement. So I'm complying with federal law for that. And so part of the deal is when you increase the UA values in the base code, that results in more energy efficiency savings. And I mean, if you looked at how the consultants rated things, you can't get many more credits in the UA because we already jacked up the requirements in the base code. During the tag proceedings, which is on the record, when we were voting on the UA values and the lighting power densities, I asked the question during that time, like, well, wait a second, if we increase these base requirements, does that reduce the amount of energy savings we need to get in the C406 section? And it was yes, was the answer everyone acknowledged. And so that's what's largely happening. If you wanted to have the same energy efficiency for each building type, then you would have to have every building type achieve our goal. But because we have a weighted system, that's going to necessitate different energy targets for the different, because we have different building stock on both sides of the state. If you wanted to say we're going to have the same type of efficiency for each building, you have to have every building make the minimum target, and you can't have some offset the energy efficiency for the other. Which, if we did that, that'd make healthcare facilities and restaurants unbuildable. So I'm trying to comply with the federal law of one-for-one energy equivalent use for that. And the moment you decide to make a decision based on limiting one technology or the other, you've got an EPCA issue.
Yeah, can I respond to that?
Go ahead.
What I've put forth does have a pathway. The number of credits that I put forth in my assessment, and others could look at it, but there is a way to use a minimum efficiency gas appliance for space or water heating and arrive at the credits that I've suggested for both climate zones. So I think I just want to go on the record that that's my assessment at this point. So what I'm putting forth, I believe, is EPCA compliant, contrary to what maybe Greg had suggested.
Well, EPCA has a 7-part test. You're only speaking to one part of that test, is having a code minimum is just one of the tests. The other thing is the basis for the decisions for your credits and requirements have to be 1-for-1 energy use. And there's several other requirements in EPCA. So just achieving one of the part tests does not make you EPCA compliant. You have to achieve all the tests. If you fail even one test, you violate it.
Okay. Okay, I think that's good information. Thank you both. And now as we go in, there's still quite a few hands up. I want to give everyone a chance, but let's be really concise and right now what we're trying to do is we're trying to get the best possible rule filed so that we can have a successful public hearing and public comment period. So whether that's both approaches, whether that's the Greg Johnson approach or the David Reddy V3 approach, let's start talking about now what success looks like coming into Sierra 102. So Elizabeth, I see your hand up and we haven't heard from you yet. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Todd. This is Elizabeth Torsky with Cascade Natural Gas. I would just like to appeal to everyone's better nature as we are looking at all these numbers and having a really good discussion on the pros and cons of different approaches to solving a 70% reduction in energy usage in buildings. That every step we take, it's not just numbers on a chart. These decisions and what we're putting in this code will affect whether or not a volunteer fire department builds a second station to better serve their community, or whether a school can afford that HVAC upgrade to improve air quality for students. If we make this bar so high, there are also consequences that maybe are worse than missing a 70% energy reduction. That said, I just am so grateful for this work coming before the public and coming before this council. This is clearly the work of a lot of dedicated individuals. And also, I would say there isn't a right answer yet. There's a lot of room for debate on how we tackle this issue. And yeah, there's a lot of discussions to be had on how to treat East versus West. If there is a difference, I think there's already things in the base code that treat East and West a little bit differently. That said, what I've heard today, I lean towards Greg Johnson's proposal, but in the interest of allowing the most time and process for thought, I also think there is a valid path to putting both forward for public comment. So thank you very much for the time to speak.
Okay, well said. Thank you, Elizabeth. Okay, looking at our list here, I see a question from Vikram first.
Yeah, and this might be a question for Dirk. I'm not familiar with EPCA. Could I get just a clarification on what it entails, and whether one of these is precluded by that?
Yes, and I'm wondering who's the best qualified. Derek, are you?
Well, I'm afraid, Vikram, you cut out a little. You were talking a little low there. Could you ask the question again? Happy to give a cut
I
at it.
just wanted a clarification on EPCA and what the rule, what.
Yes. A lot can be said. There's a federal law which governs the I don't know, Todd. I think there's probably too much that could be said about that. In Vikram, it's really important that you understand, and all members, that you kind of understand the lay of the land when it comes to potential EPCA preemption with respect to the codes. the long and the short of it is it's solely the responsibility of the federal government to set energy efficiency levels for specific covered products. And that's what the Department of Energy does, recognizing, of course, that building codes can potentially influence the types of products that are used in homes and in commercial buildings. EPCA, that's the federal law that allows the Department of Energy to set efficiency standards, recognizes that those state or local building codes potentially could have an impact to influence the market in a way that could favor the purchase of higher efficiency products, or that is to say, products that are whose efficiency levels exceed the federal requirements. So mindful of the baseline, the federal baseline that establishes those levels. There are requirements in EPCA that a building code must meet, what Greg was calling the exemptions, in order for those building codes to not be preempted under EPCA. Now, the way I just framed it up was actually kind of the easy way of thinking about it. The EPCA is quite a bit more complicated than that. And I'm being cautious about this because there actually is a pending lawsuit, believe it or not, against State Building Code Council in federal court regarding the current energy codes. And in that current lawsuit, there are allegations that the current code is preempted under EPCA. There's jousting going on in the federal courts right now regarding that case. So I want to be careful about what I say about this. I would say it's a real issue, though, and it's one that I think we're not going to make any decisions on today. This isn't going to be a forum where we're going to start walking through each one of the criteria for EPCA preemption and compare the respective proposals. But public comment is a really terrific way to invite that sort of feedback. And if there are stakeholders who believe that one or both or either one of these proposals are potentially violate or in some way affect EPCA compliance, we'd want to know about it so that we could make informed decisions.
Thank you, Derek. I think that was also well said. I was going to reiterate that I'm glad that topic is flagged and that can make sure that we seek public feedback on that.
Thank you.
Katie, please.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Vikram, we've spent hours and hours learning about EPCA, so welcome to the club. But just like to point out, like we throw out a big federal law like that. We have testimony so far on from both of these options saying that they believe that they follow EPCA. And, it's a really good question, I think, for us to consider as we're thinking about it in public comment. And also, perhaps asking for questions about that from our council, but it can't be decided today. And it's, if everybody on both sides is saying that they agree, that's the extent of what we know right now. We need to look into it further, I'd say, for both options.
Great. It's helpful, Katie. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to get to a couple more names here. We haven't heard from today. I see Mike Kennedy first, please.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Thank you all for sitting through this. I guess I wanted to comment on a few points. One was, I guess, to address, I think it was Vikram brought up the disparity in Zone 2 between the David Reddy and Greg Johnson proposals. And the thing to keep in mind, if you go to the table that you guys already passed into the CR 102, the 406.2 table, if you go look at the HVAC credits in that table, the systems, improved efficiency systems get a lot more credits in Zone 5 than Zone 4C. And that's, I mean, so, and that speaks to what David was saying. Well, I put in the same equipment, but you earn more points in this system. And so I don't know his accounting he used, but you get quite a few more points depending on your building type. So that's part of why David's are higher in zone 2. I don't totally understand Greg's, but I mean, I think there's a huge discount. And I think that's the next point I wanted to address. Basically, a given technology saves more energy in zone 5 as it relates to any of the heating end uses. And they're pretty big pieces of the pie. And so what we're saying is, well, because they use more energy, they can have to do less in the code. And if we go to Chell's page 5 or 6 in Chell's graphics, it shows that zone 2 uses quite a lot, or zone 2, sorry. I'm an old fart. I still remember zones 1 and 2. But basically, zone 4C buildings use a lot less energy than 5B buildings across the board. And so while there's maybe a % savings difference in them, the energy use is quite a bit higher. In the energy use is higher in 5B, and that's why the savings are higher. They're not asked to do more technology, more efficient technology. It's just that when you do that technology, it's more efficient and more cost effective. So by coming in here and saying, well, zone 5B has to do less credits, we're going to say, well, a Costco in Spokane doesn't have to do as much as a Costco in Vancouver. And the Costco in Vancouver, in fact, we're going to be, basically saying they have to do a lot more than a Costco in Spokane. And in fact, they have to do probably some pretty hard things. And even though they use less heating energy to begin with, and it's a lot less cost effective for them to do it than the Spokane Costco. So I really have a hard time with the large discounts in Greg's numbers. I'd be a lot happier actually if we just took and had an option. I guess it's option 2 would be Greg's numbers as it was presented here, and have option 2 not have just have a single number for across the zones, have the same number for each zone and take the lowest of the 2 proposals or something. I'm not sure how that would work out, but ignoring the 5B numbers of Greg, because I think those are really very, very generous, and it's kind of an illusion to look at % savings as your main metric when really we're looking at energy use and the change in energy use. So that's my main comment. I guess I will say one more thing about the baseline. I looked pretty intensively at the 2004 and 2007 ASHRAE codes and the Washington code, by provisions. And there's not a huge difference between the 2004 and 2007 ASHRAE codes, but the envelope changes a lot. And some of the HVAC changes. And the 2006 Washington is it's actually a little bit, it's closer to 2007 in the envelope. And it is the 2007 in the HVAC. So I think we will find it's closer to 2007, but not better than. There's one other factor that I think when the final models come in may make it look like we haven't made as much progress as we think we have, is that the models right now are using a national fuel distribution. And Washington has famously had, I don't know, famous, but we've always had a lot of electric resistance and heat pumps here just because of the hydropower. And so our baseline systems from 2006, there's a lot more electric and heat pump in those buildings. And because that's quite a bit more efficient from site energy, it really changes the baseline. So I'm expecting that when we get final models, we'll find out we haven't made as much progress as we think we have. So I think we need to be a little bit careful about, at least if we want to meet the mandate. which I mean, anyway. So I guess that's my comments.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. I haven't heard from Carter. Let's go to Carter first, please.
Yeah, hi everyone. Thank you, Chair. So my name is Carter Carlson. I'm the Government Affairs Director for the Associated Builders and Contractors of Western Washington. Just a couple comments, but the overarching theme is that every time the council changes the credit structure, it creates inconsistency, and the inconsistency adds cost to construction. Construction costs are already at a super high level in this state, and each added requirement brings us closer to a point where the projects stall and the pipeline starts to shrink. When that pipeline slows, it doesn't just affect developers, it means fewer jobs for construction workers and less economic activity in said communities. And to that point, the newly proposed credit values will both increase construction costs, and we recognize that Gregory Johnson's proposal is more reasonable. We still have concerns, especially with the West Side values. Additionally, we have serious concerns with the other proposal, the Ready proposal, as it adds too much cost without a clear added benefit. So, in essence, lower credits mean lower construction costs, and that's a win-win for affordability and progress for local economies. And our ask would be that we hope that Greg's proposal is included in the proposal. So, thanks for the time today.
Okay, thank you, Carter. How about let's go to Gavin, please.
Thank you, Chair. For the record, this is Gavin Tettold representing the Washington Solar Energy Industries Association. I want to start my comment as an Eastern Washingtonian and just kind of go on record that I would hate to see future built buildings over here in Eastern Washington not progressing. And for that reason, I think the David Reddy proposal is the correct one to advance. On the EPCA note, I'm glad that EPCA came up, and I just want to remind council that there are varying opinions. Katie's already referred to that about the existing code, and we heard very similar concerns from the natural gas industry and from the combination gas electric utilities when we rewrote last code, and we got the job done. And finally, just to the comments that seem to be made about the degree of difficulty, and a chart that was shown quite a few minutes ago about how difficult these credits are to achieve. I think that that chart is highly subjective. It did not get input from actual industry folk. At the bottom of it, I wanted to point out that the renewable energy is labeled as difficult, if not impossible, all in red. And adding a little more solar to a building, which is already required to have solar, it is not a difficult thing to accomplish. So I'm a little worried about the comments being made about the difficulty to reach David Reddy's proposal in the first place. So with that, I just recommend advancing a single proposal here, and I think the David Reddy one is the right one to do so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Gavin. Tim, we haven't heard from you yet.
Yeah, Tim with AGC. Have spent a few hours listening to this debate, so I think I'm educated now. Just sitting back as a juror, I would say that Greg has done a really good job of articulating himself on the issue. And I think he won the EPCA exchange with David a few minutes ago. So we got to keep our eye on EPCA, as the attorneys will tell you. And I think that Greg did a good job of keeping EPCA in mind to a larger extent when producing his proposal. And then one thing I was going to say, this is from a couple hours ago, when the chair cut off Larry Andrews. You may not like Larry's approach, but I think he does offer some pragmatic things on costs that people need to listen to. He's an installer, so he would know. I like Elizabeth's comments on cost and pragmatism as far as regulations go. So just want to put that out there, that let's let public commenters publicly comment. and even if you disagree with them, let them get their 2 cents in. I think Larry provides a great perspective, even if you don't like his style. So let's let him talk.
I appreciate that, Tim. Point noted, and I trust everyone knows that I'm simply try to keep us on topic. So on that note, Larry, you have your hand up. You want to speak to this?
So Larry, you'll need to unmute the microphone. We can't hear you at the moment.
Okay. If Larry's not there, we'll come back if he.
There you go. How's that?
There you go.
Okay. The Delta T in Spokane's a lot more than what it is on the coast, and you are going to have tremendous amounts of energy lost and energy gained. And that's why I thought it was important. If you look at the hospital and the restaurant, my proposals that were addressed that never got looked at, and that they were legally put into the thing, and they've never been looked at. And because those are huge costs, but there's huge cost involved in saving, and they never even got looked at, and that's totally wrong. But the problem here is the cost of what we're getting to. We're getting to a point where the cost will never benefit us, okay, for what's doing and what's happening. And right now in Spokane, we're having an exodus to Idaho because of all the cost in Washington, okay? And it's going to be even worse here in the next year or so if you go to this 2024 code. And we are more efficient than anybody else in the country right now. And we have to compete. This state has to compete against the rest of the states, Canada, and all the Chinese people out here. And we can't compete when our costs are so high. And then when you look at what the state has gained from all this efficiency, and they can't prove that we've made any increment changes yet. And so why are we keep going? We need to go back to the legislature and say, hey, we've got a code that works fairly good with the 21 code, and we even have problems with that code. Because right now we're trying to put air conditioning in a school to help them, to give them some relief. And we can't do it without putting in an air-to-air heat exchanger where the school already leaks a lot of air, and now you want to put more air, so it's just going to cost more energy. The codes are not really addressing the problems. Our whole belief here is to reduce energy. And we got these warehouses where we're going to put heat pumps on. What do you think is going to happen when it's 100 out and the warehouse never had air conditioning before, and now it's going to have air conditioning because they have heat pumps? Our energy level is going to go up at the worst time when there is no wind. And when we have high demand. I mean, the warehouse that was all sitting on 50-degree concrete might have got to 85 degrees. And now we're deeming, hey, well, 85 isn't good enough because we need to be in the 75 range. So we've increased and increased and increased to such a point that we can't afford it anymore. And we have all these builders out here that need to build buildings, and we're going to collapse this whole situation here soon. Okay. We had a study ran on our largest hospital in Spokane. And the study said, when it got done, to get to your assessment of where we should be, even if we destroyed the whole hospital and rebuilt it, we couldn't get to the standards that you're expecting. And so what does that tell you? We can't get there. We need to go back to the legislation, people, and we need to hold a mandate for 10 years and let things settle out a little bit, because we can't afford it. I mean, we can't. People that were 25 or 30 who wanted to buy new homes, they can't do it anymore. But in 1950, when you were 25 and 30, you could go out and buy a new home and you could have a family. Okay. You got two people working now and they can't even buy the home. And so they're into an apartment someplace. Is that what we want? Everybody in apartments? And then I look at what you're doing here. You're comparing high rises in Seattle. You look all over Seattle. There's all kinds of high rises. You look in Spokane, there's very few high rises. So how can you compare? There is no comparison. The problem is from the Cascades over, there needs to be codes for the east side that address the east side problems, and there needs to be codes for the west side problems. But the west side doesn't want to listen to what the east side's telling you, and it's breaking us. It's breaking families. We don't have the housing that we need. We can't build it because it costs too much. Thank you. I'm to the point of pulling my hair out, and as a contractor, and when I got to tell people reality of what's going on, they don't like hearing it. They don't want to spend $25,000-$30,000 for a system because they don't have it, and we don't have the money on the east side that you guys do on the west side. Our income over here is maybe 40,000, 40 or 50,000, but yet you're implementing codes that people need to be making 200,000 a year for. And it's hurting families left and right. And you don't want to listen anymore. You refuse to go back to the legislature and say, hey, we need to put some reins on this stuff and say, hey, we need to slow this down. And let's see what happens here for a while. Let's see if what we've actually spent billions upon billions of dollars on is really working. And the data right now shows it's not. So please slow this down and at least give me a chance to bring my proposals to the table that were fed on time to your people. And then I ask questions of the council through emails and I don't get responses. It's like, I don't care. And that's not right either. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Larry. Okay. One last new person, Deepa, please.
Yeah, thank you. Deepa Sivarajan, I'm a policy manager at Climate Solutions. I just want to echo Gavin's comments and also support the David Reddy proposal moving forward. I'll keep it quick just to say that, and also to say, I think conversations about EPCA always get a little bit difficult because, the majority of us in the rooms aren't lawyers, and even folks who are, there's so many different interpretations of EPCA. So just don't want this to turn into a referendum on EPCA because what we're hearing are interpretations. And just finally want to mention, as someone in their 30s, all the young people that I know are absolutely not able to afford a home, but we know that it's not the energy codes driving those costs. And we're also extremely concerned about energy burden and energy bills, as are people of all ages in Washington. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Deepa. Okay, the wheels are down. We're almost on the ground. Can we do a lightning round of people we've heard from? I have about 6 hands here. Can we do just quick rebuttals and get to a recommendation for the council, please? Go ahead, Kevin.
Kevin, you're on mute.
We'll circle back. Chell.
Sorry, that was a mistake.
Oh, go ahead, Kevin. Kevin, go ahead. Oh, was a mistake of hand? Okay, thanks. Chell.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Housing affordability has a lot of issues. The main one is we're building larger homes now, 2,500 square feet. First home I bought was 710 square feet. That's a starter home. We don't build those anymore. Land use policies are a big part of that, where we restricted building on most parts of our state for the last 100 years to not build homes generally. Ownership cost of homes includes utilities. Okay, EPCA, everyone is trying to get to EPCA, and I have both proposals looked at EPCA. I didn't hear anything that is actually being suggested that is wrong with EPCA non-compliance. I've delved into it quite a bit and don't see what specific issues are being brought up. To Kevin, sorry it wasn't clear. There's a slide that I had in there that explained how the percentage was, which was the percentage difference between 5B and 4C when excluding equipment loads. That's the number. And if it's negative, that means you actually get more energy savings in 4C in west side of the state than 5B. So that you see on the right, office small, you actually have more energy savings when excluding equipment in the prescriptive part of 4C than 5B. And then I wanted to reiterate that some more credits are required in 5B in the David Reddy version, but more are offered. For example, for an air source heat pump for R2 occupancy, you get almost twice as many credits for a heat pump as you do, almost twice as many credits in 5B as you do in 4C. That's 40 credits in 4C and 73 in 5B for the same heat pump. It's all based on 0.1% energy use per credit. So it's based on a one-to-one energy savings, which is exactly what EPCA suggests. I guess that's it for now.
Good summary. Thanks. Patrick.
Yes, I'm also in my 30s, but I do know that housing affordability is affected by energy code costs, and first costs and replacement costs affect my rent more than my energy bill does. My rent is a larger portion of my income than my energy bill. Brief points. I'm trying not to re-say what I said before. It sounds like Greg's proposal is designed to look at the outcome first, trying to achieve a similar level of energy efficiency in aggregate between the climate zones. I appreciate David Reddy's candor, but he is saying his proposal is designed to effectively require certain options regardless of the outcome, with trying to require heat pumps. And if that's the goal and the intent, that directly conflicts with EPCA. Greg's option is a safer approach and still improves the commercial code on the 2031 guide path. It's absolutely the best option to reduce negative impacts to housing affordability in the 2024 code and encourage the council to move forward with Greg's targets.
Thank you, Patrick. Let's go Greg, then David.
Yeah, I was just going to thank Gavin for bringing up the solar item and just highlight that even though solar was ranked as hard in the credit tables, I still included it when I was summing up my for selected credit options for the west side and 4C, because I couldn't. There are hard credits included in some of those targets, because otherwise those numbers would be lower. And I should just note that the solar part was actually debated a little bit on being ranked as red. Even though I have lots of expertise designing solar and battery systems, I refrained from commenting during that little exchange. And the architects and engineers, which I think Chell recruited, if I'm not mistaken, and most of them were on the west side, they shot back plans and drawings showing where they didn't have space to put solar on the rooftop because they had so much small real estate and HVAC equipment and all that. So I refrained from commenting on specifically whether that measure should have been hard, easy, or medium. But I'd note that that was the overwhelming consensus from everyone was it was. But that didn't stop me from picking that in some of the credit combinations that I did to make those requirements.
Okay, thank you, Greg. A quick rebuttal from Gavin.
Greg, my comment is that because solar is largely required in the code in the first place, adding solar is not a challenge. And I think that that's what is so objectively disturbing in the table that's presented, because it's shown as something that's difficult and hard. And when you've already got a little bit of solar on the building, adding a little bit and adding some strings is not a big deal. And that was the drive of my comment there. So again, I'm just encouraging council to not listen to some of the comments that are being made about the degree of difficulty of the work. Industry was not consulted. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. We're close here. Just Chell, David, you have just last comment.
I guess I'll go first. I guess I recommend anybody who's looking at Greg's proposal and supporting it to look at the two areas where he's asking for more credits in climate zone 4C than 5B and understand what that translates to. I actually think that that proposal, I'd be very interested to know how you could meet the credit requirements Greg is suggesting for office and schools in 4C using a minimally efficient gas appliance. I could not find a path that could readily meet that. So, and I think one of the things that Greg's proposal does is encourages, businesses that might have locations in both sides of the state to have completely different designs. And I think in some cases that makes sense, but using Costco as an example, they may appreciate the fact that one design that they find works in the west side of the state is going to be compliant on the east side, west side of the state and east side, and vice versa. So I think I just want to emphasize that I think my approach is consistent with the targets in the code, and it's not intended to be biased to either climate zone. And it is, in my sense, there's viable paths using minimally efficient, federally regulated appliances. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, David. Okay, Chell, I mentioned your name. Is your hand residual?
Yeah, I didn't want to speak again, but Patrick mischaracterized David Reddy's words, and I think that was unfair and is just, well, it's unfair, but it's also wrong. Some people have tried to say that the energy code requires certain technology. No required technology in the energy code. The heat pumps are not required. Heat pumps are not required. They are a great technology, but they're not required. And any suggestion that they are is simply not true. So I think the David Reddy proposal is balanced to 5B and 4C, and I don't believe Greg's is.
Okay.
So that's the one I'm suggesting. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Chell. Okay, I'm going to put the wheels in the ground here and close public comment and go to Tom.
All right. I've heard these discussions quite a few times, both in committee and some in TAG and now here. My opinion is still the same. I think Greg's done a tremendous amount of work, not to discount any of the other work that's been done, because it's all, clearly something I could have never done myself. And so I very much appreciate seeing it laid out in such an easy to understand, mostly format. But I do think that Greg's approach is better. It equalizes things a little bit better. When listening to Larry talk about, the exodus out of Eastern Washington, business-wise and otherwise, I'm there too. The largest employer in Whitman County outside of WSU is never going to build another building in Washington again. And he's currently building many in Idaho, and he's got a couple 100,000 square feet here. So it's a big deal, and I think that we need to be cognizant of that as we're doing this, and keep our costs as low as we can for these businesses who are just looking at the bottom line. It's a tough go. We've got a legislature that, is pushing pretty hard at making these targets, but the legislation doesn't say we have to get there. And I say too that, We need a more balanced approach so that we can keep the economic viability of Washington all the way across in place. So I am going to move that we adopt Greg's Johnson's proposals for credit requirements, and that be it.
Thank you,
I
Tom.
second Tom Young.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to move forward the Greg Johnson numbers. Is there any other council deliberation?
Can I say something?
Yep, yeah, we have time. I just moving us into deliberation. So
Yeah. So I think it's interesting that, at the end of the day, if you look at that last column over there, with the weighted average, there's actually not that much difference between the two, right, in terms of the ultimate percentage. However, I actually think that David Reddy's proposal it's actually fairer across the board in the sense that it on the face of it actually looks like it's unduly, pressurizing the eastern side, but that's only because there's more juice to squeeze, so to speak, right? There's more efficiency to be had from the same equipment. And to me, it seems fairer to actually have, it sets the level playing field. It just happens that you actually get more benefit over there, which incidentally actually means lower, cost over time to operate, right? So I personally actually think that David's, proposal is a good one.
okay, thank you, Vikram. Tom, I'm sorry, I skipped over you.
Okay.
Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so from what I have gathered and stuff that, both David and Greg's proposal would meet our 2031 goals. And I kind of gather that Greg's proposal is the least burdensome of the two. And for some of us council members who've been around, I'm not brand new. I'm still considering myself a new member, but some of our brand new members, we're aware that one of the state legislature's highest priority is to reduce housing costs, build more housing types, get more housing units built. And the Building Code Council have been tasked to take on some of those matters that could help reduce costs. There's been a lot of legislation on the development side, and me as a developer know that and really see, how much emphasis the state is putting into getting housing cheaper, getting more types, and getting more units built. Okay, so I'm a developer. I'll buy raw land, and I'll take it all the way through building construction and sell it. I keep track of costs very meticulous. I have cost codes for the title insurance when I buy. I have cost codes for my architect. I have sub task codes for my architect's tasks, for concrete, for insulation, for roofing. I know where the costs are very intimately. Besides that, we work off a set of standard plans that, sometimes we create new ones, but every time the code update, we have to compare the current plans to what is affected by the new update. So I know where the cost increases occur. So besides my day job, trying to make a living and create jobs for my employees, I also do other types of public service. Besides on the Building Code Council, I serve on the Pierce County Community Development Corporation, where we're trying to build low-income housing, And so as our housing need increases, we're going to have to build more apartments. And it is a gauntlet trying to drive costs down. I mean, it comes from everywhere. So we need to help everywhere we can. So we're in this rising flood water of housing inaffordable. We all have to chip in to bail water and put up sandbags. So keeping costs down is important. And, when cost goes up as a developer, we don't go, we'll build fewer units. You actually, the cost actually goes up per unit, you build fewer units. But the point is, if cost goes up, we don't build anything. And that just deprives, all these people, and particularly the low-income people, of housing that they need. So therefore, I really support Greg's approach. That's my point there.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, Ben.
Thanks, Chair. And I guess similar to what Vikram mentioned, I feel that the David Reddy proposed credit values do present a more clear and even starting point for discussion. And I guess to reiterate where we're at with the process, we'll be recommending or moving forward one or both of these for public review in CR 102. So this isn't the end of the discussion, of course. And I guess the other facet I wanted to look at is for staff. I guess Dustin, on your side, what is the burden for moving both of the proposals forward? Is there additional cost benefit analysis that will need to be done on both of those, or what would be the process if we were to do both in lieu of just doing one of these two?
So yes, additional cost benefit analysis should be conducted to include both of these as an option in the CR 102. So for example, if we were looking at a document we have on the meeting today, the International Building Code preliminary cost benefit analysis has two looks at the embodied carbon proposal. We're offering two options for that proposal moving forward. So yes, we would need to create more analysis for that. When it comes to the RDS document that we've been largely looking at outside of these graphs here, the administrative burden is not too high for that. We can draft the options in there. It's just a matter of having the two different languages in there. Is in being not as involved in the drafting of that document. Krista, I would ask, is drafting two options into that document a major hurdle?
It's already there.
So it's already drafted into the document for what we've been looking at here today. What it does introduce is the complexity into what the public gets to review for the public comment process. They get to see information on one, on the other, and they might be confused that they're getting both of these options proposed for final rulemaking. So a lot of the people involved in the conversation today are intimately familiar with what the process looks like for SBCC. But what this next phase of our rulemaking is going to do is going to involve people who are directly affected by these changes. And as they have to look at these documents that we're doing, they have to then become familiar with something that they're not familiar with already. So giving more options in those documents I see as a burden for understanding, but it also increases clarity and gives the option for folks. So if they're willing to look at what we put out there, I see it as a way to let people see two different approaches to solving the same problem. And as we've been talking, I would say that if I was to make a choice on this here today, I would be in favor of maybe moving both of these into the public comment process, just to get the perspectives from people. We're hearing two polar perspectives right now in support of both of these options, and to limit it to today's time and not let the public hear both of these and see both of these and comment on both of these, I see as maybe a challenge for us in the future to justifying why we chose just one right now. And so my thought is, as on a personal level, is I would see a benefit for folks getting to see both of these, but I also do hear the concerns raised for increasing construction costs. And, so like I can see the perspective for both of these, not necessarily being intimately familiar with the science behind why these proposals look the way they are. So I wasn't in attendance at all of the energy code meetings at the TAG level. I wasn't a participant at the PNNL work groups. So I'm trusting that that information coming out is accurate and valid. And so seeing that there's two different proposals kind of based on those outputs from those work groups makes me think that, you know, it would be best to move both forward, but I also am in support of moving just one if that's the council's will.
Okay, thank you, Destin. Jay, please.
Thank you, Chair. And building on what Dustin's remarks are, I think I lean towards the ready proposal, but don't think that we're there yet. And I think as we go to public comment, we're going to be needing to look at a couple of different things. One is how much change is happening in Climate 5, Zone 5B compared to where it is today. I appreciate David's attempt to say, hey, we need to have more consistent treatment when we're looking at something that is provides choices like this, like the credit value tables here. But I also want to say for the retail, not the retail, sorry, for the residential uses, would like to take more of a look on there to say, how do we reduce those given all the discussion about housing affordability? So I think we're still going to need to make some changes to this. And just in the spirit of not getting into a future discussion of whether the changes that we finally adopt are a significant change or not from what was originally proposed. I think it makes sense to move forward both proposals as bookends, knowing that we're going to have this discussion to finalize, which may include some continued revision when we finally adopt. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Jay. Tom, and then I have a comment. Go ahead.
Yeah, just run real quick. You know, I mean, I think these discussions have been running almost in parallel each time I hear them. I think that by the time 102 is done and we move it forward further, we're going to be having these exact same discussions. The numbers might be a little changed, who knows? But I think we're going to still be right here. There's going to probably be one that costs more than the other in one way or another, and we'll be still having this debate. So, I mean, I would be very comfortable in trying to settle it now. So,
okay. I'll make a comment and try not to put my thumb on the scale, except that I think it could be considered as bookends, as you're saying, Jay. I might look at it a little differently. I think if we pick one option, and that's what the motion is right now, then I have questions and I want to go do some individual research on then surgically what it, moving, understanding these numbers up and down, by building type. So maybe that's the way I'm currently thinking about it, is that with the Greg Johnson, in general, those numbers are obviously lower. And so it could be discussed about what's the appropriate, in between. But, there's some that are higher. So I think at least I'm not going to vote unless it affects the result. But that's how I'm currently looking at the current motion. Go ahead, Katie.
Thanks, Todd. Well, I'm in favor of the David Reddy option. And Tom, I hear your point about choosing one, and but again, we're like, I'm sitting here on the east side. I can't even remember, and as well, and I'm for the Ready option because it does seem like that philosophy is what I'm inclined towards, but I'd like I don't quite understand your meaning, Todd, when it comes to diving into the different topologies if we choose just one. So, I'm in favor, I guess, of if we were going to kind of go down the middle, even though I do think that we're going to end up having this conversation over and over again, putting both options forward to make sure that we're getting all the public comment that we need, because it's two different philosophies in my perspective. And I don't think that it necessarily comes down to whether or not you live on the east or west side, because I'm here on the east side as well.
Yeah, and I'll respond and then go to Vikram here. Katie, I think what I was trying to communicate was we could look at this as these are correct answers to a formula, or we can say here's a logic, and then we can surgically now consider and get public input on these different typologies, these different climate zones, how this is weighted across the things that aren't on the table for us right now, and how that we're decisions were made before on how this is weighted. Those can now start to come into more specific responses from the public.
Okay, so just to follow up, then that would mean, like, if we're looking at in these occupancy groups A2, there's a 29 there in the option 2. We could go like, well, we're going to actually make that go up to 60 and drop down this R2 and 90 or something like that. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because I guess I'm proposing that we can either treat it as a binary, question, either or we can now, as we start to get into more and more of the complexity, including the cost benefit, that in some of the by building type, by climate, and how we even weight this across the state, I think there's an opportunity to respond to one solution maybe more easily than proposing a binary.
Or we could do the same thing with the ready.
That's a fair statement. Yep. It's a fair statement. Okay. And the last thing I would note, and then go to Vikram here, is this is all now public record. We've had 3 really deep meetings, and the people that are going to be involved have been part of these meetings. So I think this has been beneficial that we've spent this week really digging into this problem. So the numbers are still there, even if we were to eliminate one for now. All that information is still available for public comment. So go ahead, Vikram.
Yeah, a couple of thoughts here. So the first one is actually where the two proposals dramatically kind of diverge is really in that, apartment category and the restaurant category, right? Otherwise, they're very similar. They kind of track the same, right? And to me, that's where the philosophy, approach is divergent, where, contrary to what's being said, I actually disagree. I don't think that David Reddy is actually penalizing the east side. I think he's actually bringing it up to par. The numbers are the same for that, right? It's really, if you look at conversely on the Johnson proposal, it's 249 versus 90. So you are actually putting a lot of the onus on the west side there to lift your numbers up. I also wanted to point out the end result at the end of it. If the goal is to actually move on the glide path versus the red line, then even with the ready proposal, we're not quite there, right? So this does, kick the can, so to speak, a little bit further down the road. So, as great as both of these are, it doesn't actually, neither of those gets us to the blue line, right? And so I would hesitate to pick the least efficient one of those for that reason as well.
Okay, thank you, Vikram. Okay, well, there's a process to decide this. The motion on the table right now is to accept the Greg Johnson numbers. And so a vote for obviously would be to move that forward. A vote against would, and if that were to if we deny this motion, then we would obviously make a second motion to decide what next. So if everyone's comfortable moving into the vote, I think we'll take a roll call, please, on this one.
Jay Arnold?
Yeah, go
Actually,
ahead, please.
I need to jump in just for some clarification because I've been interestedly following this notion of having two proposals. And I just maybe get an understanding from you, Todd, whether a vote against this motion would eliminate, it would be your understanding whether it would eliminate the Greg Johnson proposal from potentially being moved forward as in addition to the other proposal.
No, if I understand your question, Derek, to me, the motion is very specific to move forward the Greg Johnson. If it fails, I would anticipate we need another motion. Is that correct?
You would need another motion to move something forward. I just want to make sure that if there's an understanding here that motion could potentially include the Greg Johnson option as a second option.
Oh, that would be my assumption. Does anyone view that differently?
I think the motion was actually to move the Greg Johnson one forward only. So.
Only.
Correct. I think what Derek's asking, if that fails, does that eliminate the Johnson from consideration, or could someone make a motion to move both forward? It shouldn't.
It shouldn't eliminate it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's my understanding too. I just wanted to make sure everybody was on the same page.
No, that's good to clarify ahead of time. Thank you. Okay, with that, then let's go into roll call, please.
Jay Arnold?
No.
Tom Handy?
Yes.
Ty Mincer?
No.
Ben Omura?
No.
Vikram Sani?
No.
Katie Sheehan?
No.
Morgan Tweet?
No.
Tom Young?
Yes.
Dan Young?
No.
So the motion fails.
Okay. So now with that, we've anticipated this scenario. Let's hear a second motion on whether to move one for the ready proposal or both. Go ahead, Katie.
I would make a motion to move the ready proposal forward.
I'll
Only.
second that.
Okay, it's been moved by Katie and seconded by Vikram to move option one forward, the ready proposal. Seeing no hands for deliberation, let's move into roll call, please.
Jay Arnold?
Yes.
Tom Handy?
No.
Ty Mincer?
Yes.
Ben Omura?
Yes.
Vikram Sami?
Yes.
Katie Sheehan?
Yes.
Morgan Tweet?
Yes.
Tom Young?
No.
And Dan Young?
No.
So that passes 6-3.
Okay. With that, we will declare the plane landed and move that option forward. The good news is this is just the beginning of the public process. So thank you everyone for your contributions and lengthy discussion. Chell has a hand up for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the past, the Building Code Council has looked at vote counts and numbers. And I want to ask if council staff or Derek or others had any thoughts on how many votes this needs to move forward in absolute terms or relative terms, and make sure that the chair's vote wouldn't impact that.
So, Jill, are you asking about the vote requirements in the statute for final adoption versus kind of every other action the council takes?
Exactly. Just trying to dot the I and
Clarifying
cross the
whether
T
it
here.
needs an 8 threshold.
So by my understanding, this motion today does not require the 2/3 vote of the council, so 10 votes to move something forward. That characterization is reserved for the final adoption.
Hey, can I say something about that? Just don't want there to be any confusion here. So both the RCW And the SBCC bylaws require a minimum of 8 votes for final adoption of building code rules.
I think that's 10 votes.
For
Yes.
energy code,
I'm sorry.
there's the, yeah, so that's the clarification. I just don't want there to be any misunderstanding here. And there have been debates in the past regarding whether that is an absolute number or whether it turns on the number of members who are attending. I think we've concluded with, especially with recent changes to the code, or sorry, to the RCW, that it's an absolute number. But again, for final adoption of the codes, not a preliminary vote like this to move something forward for public comment. If that differs from anybody's understanding, I think we need to have that conversation now, but I think this is pretty well-worn ground.
And thank you for reminding on for the energy code. I was forgetting that. Okay. Okay, with that, let's close that. Now, we still have 2 more within this, but these are a little more straightforward. So let's, we have 36 minutes, correct? We're going to 2 o'clock today?
Correct.
Okay.
And, staff has availability to go over if that's what we need to do. As far as the legislative rulemaking for temporary emergency shelters and dwelling unit size reduction, we do have the characterization that doesn't need to be inserted in the mainline rulemaking for 2024 codes, but that has been the goal for what we've been doing with those rulemaking bodies.
Okay, well, let's try to get to them. So, okay, let's introduce these last 2 then, please.
Okay, the next one is affecting the new ERI path in the residential energy code, and PNNL was again tasked with building models and coming up with the equivalent energy rating index to match that of the prescriptive code requirements. And these are the numbers they calculated. There was an issue with how to treat on-site renewables, and the model code has a separate table that you use when you include renewables. And the committee heard debate on whether or not to expand the current requirement from just the 2 tables for east side and west side to have separate ones for renewables, and they are recommending that the council move forward with just the 2 tables for the east side and west side and not look at renewables at this time. So they're moving forward, or recommending moving forward with R4085 paren 1 and R4085 paren 2, and not moving forward paren 3 and 4.
And Krista or Ben or others, my understanding in that discussion was that the 2 additional tables were not part of the original recommendation from the technical advisory group. Is that correct? They currently are not included in.
Correct.
Okay. Is that clear to everyone? Okay. If there aren't any questions, we're going to take, we have this for public comment. So Patrick first, then Gavin.
Yes, thank you. So for those that don't know, BIW submitted a proposal to include the energy rating index pathway in the state code. This has been in the model code for a couple cycles now, but it wasn't included in past versions of our state code. And then NIA also submitted a proposal to include it. So we combined those proposals together, created a work group to mesh the differences between ours, and then came forward with one recommendation that the tag ended up supporting. The background is the model code and the state code kind of treat renewables a little bit different. And so they're not only, the model code has separate tables in this pathway, if you're using renewables, but they also treat it differently in the main prescriptive, like how many credits you get for using renewables. Washington State, I think, has more available. We try to incentivize using renewables more. So the problem we had was how to address that discrepancy. What the work group came up with was putting a cap on how much renewables you can use to calculate your ERI score. The problem being that, if you just have one set of requirements, people could use renewables to offset other energy efficiency improvements like your thermal envelope or equipment efficiencies. And while you want to allow for some trade-offs, you don't want people to completely offset sort of the mandatory efficiency requirements. So having that cap allows people to use the same amount of renewables, whether they're building prescriptively or using this new pathway, but has sort of reasonable targets in place. NEA had already contracted with PNNL to do modeling for their proposal, and it continued adjusting the final values to match the changes we made for the 2024 code. So I wasn't part of the modeling, but understand they worked with PNL to come up with these numbers. We support the committee action. I just wanted to make sure that the council members understood this isn't like precluding renewables. Renewables are still allowed and encouraged, but having two separate tables was a new sort of proposal from Kevin, and it would make it a little less likely to use renewables. I think it would discourage it a little bit. So he decided he would maybe bring forward something in public comment, but support the council moving forward the top two tables into the CR1 and 2. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Patrick. And Gavin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Gavin Tenold again, representing Washington Solar Energy Industries Association. I was in the work, I represented solar in the TAG and also participated in the work group. And I fully support moving ahead with the two tables on the top, as well as the system size cap, which we settled on. However, since the MVP TAG meeting last week, I've had the opportunity to talk to some energy modelers who I trust. I used to run energy models, but not ERI energy models, and didn't really understand how renewables are being favored. My co-TAG member and I also had the chance to meet with Kevin from NEA, and I think a compromise to solve this is through the thermal envelope allowance, which is also part of the original ERI proposal, which allows for an ERI model to be able to go below the code by 10% on its thermal envelope. And Krista, I sent you some language. I don't know if you can perhaps bring that up.
And Gavin, I think what you're saying is that something that can be cleanly proposed in public comment?
Well, Todd, I don't think it can be, because I think you'd be setting yourself up for significant changes from what is advanced. We really believe that the bringing this new variable, what's in red there, would be a significant change. And our recommendation is to get this in that CR 102 so that it's memorialized at the very least. But renewables are unfortunately heavily favored here, and I think something needs to be done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Gavin. I think our challenge here is a pathway to consider this type of language. This is the first time we're seeing this, correct? I don't see it in the...
Yeah, that is correct. This is not in the, but you know, the conversation was had at the MVPE. It was had at the meeting before the special meeting. There was that 6,000 kilowatt cap in the original proposal. And there is a thermal allowance in the ERI proposal. And really all I'm doing with the language that Krista just shared is giving renewables 2.5% less credit on that thermal envelope than an ERI path, which doesn't have renewables.
Okay.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. You know, I think the question is really, we do have allowance within our schedule. So even if there are substantive or substantial changes, we do technically have the allowance for that time period for consideration in the public comment. So
doesn't that make a significant change though?
That's what I'm saying, unless
Yeah.
others disagree, that we have the allowance, you know, if that is the determination. Go ahead, Dear, because you're
Yeah, just again, sort of a reminder just of the APA 101. The changes can be made to rules that are filed as proposed rules. Again, we file those in the CR 102 form. And one reason why we accept public comments is, hey, maybe we need to make some changes to those proposed rules, right? That's the importance of engaging with the public and stakeholders through the rulemaking process. If you do make changes, though, the APA refers to steps that need to be taken if there's a significant or substantial variance, right, between the final rule that's adopted and the proposed rules. And if there is a substantial variance, then what the APA encourages or even requires an agency to do is to go through another round of rulemaking just to deal with those substantial changes. And so what Todd's referring to is just time that's baked into the schedule that would allow sort of a second round of public comment to address the substantially and substantively different changes. Now, you might ask, legally, what does it mean to have that variance? Well, the APA tells us, but you know, it's more of an art than a science, and it's something we work through when we're considering final rules in the CR 103 filing process.
Thank you for that. Does that
and
help?
I saw two hands go up. It certainly couldn't have been in response to what I just said.
All right, and one's another lawyer. So Katie.
Well, I was just gonna say, I know we'll never get like a straight answer from you, Derek, about like what a substantial change is, but would it be
That's
safe?
That's art, not a science.
Would it be safe to say that, you know, we're saying we want to incentivize solar, but whoops, we didn't mean to incentivize it that much. And we're gonna put in an exception to level it a little bit more. And that comes out in public comment. I mean, to me, that doesn't seem like a substantial change, but I mean, obviously, I know that we'll get more into the numbers, but could that, if that's the scenario, could that be considered a substantial change or not?
Sorry,
Or the other?
Yeah, I rudely interrupted you beforehand. Yeah, so I mean, right, lawyer to lawyer, it depends, right, on what the actual challenges or changes are. But yeah, one can imagine tweaks that are made. Again, we welcome that. I mean, we don't do public comments so that we have to then do a whole new round of public comments if we make any changes. So if there are tweaks that are consistent with the rules that are just in response to that is perfectly acceptable. You know, we kind of look at it at the time, and it's kind of a risk assessment. Hey, how much do we think it's necessary to go back and kind of reassess whether there would be something we would gain from public input. I don't know if that's what this is here, because if I did, it would mean I'd fully understand what the proposal is. But yeah, the way you frame it up, it's possible that it wouldn't be a substantial change. I would say, I will note something. I'm going out a little bit on the limb. Would be a little unusual at this stage in the process to be making changes to something that was recommended by the committee. And what we would ordinarily expect to see is something like this offered up during the public comment period to make those changes at the back end if necessary.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm in agreement, but I appreciate bringing this forward because now this becomes part of the public record and we can help flag these types of requests for public comment. Okay, we have two more public comments. Let's go to Larry and then Patrick.
Now, my comment was back to Gavin. I think he said increase, but I think he really meant decrease. So I'd wanted to get a clarification from Gavin to make sure that what he said is really what he meant. That's been minutes ago, 3 or 4 minutes ago. And so I want to make sure that what he actually said is what he meant, because I didn't think that's what he meant.
Gavin, are you available?
I said increase, and to mathematically do that in building science, you decrease the multiplier.
Okay, that's what I thought you meant.
But it's an increase in effort on the builder in terms of better windows, fenestration, air sealing, that sort of thing. So that's why I use the word increase.
Okay.
Okay, good clarification. Thank you, Larry. And then Patrick.
Yes, I'm really proud of the work that the work group did. We got really diverse people that typically don't agree, and we worked through problems toward a common goal and came to a solution. If Gavin and Kevin want to reassemble that and work on this, I'm happy to help participate that. I am pretty much almost always opposed to making code changes like this in the 11th hour without getting a document posted, just pulling it up on the screen, because I can see right off the bat you got a big problem with the code language that we tried to address in our combination, where this wording would make it where you can't exceed the 6,000 kilowatt hours, whereas we worded it very specifically. You can have more than that, but you can only count 6,000 towards the score. So I would not move forward with this code language at this point. Thank you.
Okay, good. Okay, one last, Greg, and then we'll go back to council.
I just want to note that this exact issue was debated during the TAG and MVPE committees previously and decided. And so this appears to be an attempt to circumvent prior decisions at the last minute. And I want to say I appreciate Gavin's compromising attitude. I mean, I think that was a great attitude to try to find a compromise, but since the issue is already pretty decided, and then try to come in at the 11th hour for the and try to throw in an extra level of tables or do other things to try to revisit the same topic doesn't seem appropriate in the process.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Greg. I think we have enough information. Let's move to the council and propose a motion. Maybe we remove this. Ben, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair.
Krista, Dustin, can you please lower the amendment?
I guess, yeah. It's done. Yeah, so I guess I'll make the motion that to move the two R408.5 tables 1 and 2 for climate zones 4C and 5B. You're seeing at the top of the screen into CR 102 for public review. And just those without any additional mandatory language. Thanks.
Okay,
Second.
thank you, Ben.
It's Tom.
Second was Tom. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any other council deliberation? Go ahead, Vikram.
Yeah, apologies, because a lot of this is new to me. I just wanted a clarification on what we're voting on. So as it appears to me, there was an agreed upon version of the code, which is what we're looking at up top. And then the one below is a proposed amendment to it.
So just to be very clear, my understanding, someone correct me if I'm wrong, the TAG and the work group had moved forward a recommendation that the TAG and it went through the MVP with empty tables. So very similar situation. So now we're adding values to those tables. In addition, these bottom tables were proposed to the MVPE committee, but not accepted as a recommendation. So we are only considering the top two tables that were originally part of the recommendation.
May I offer a small,
Please do.
I don't want to say correction.
No, that's okay. You were there. Please do.
Yeah, so you're basically voting to update these two tables in the proposed rules. The rest of the code language came in combined proposals. We had two tables with numbers populated in them, but they were based on the 2021 code where it was at prescriptively. So they needed to be updated to match where the 2024 code is going to be at prescriptively. So all you're voting on is to just update these numbers to match what the 2024 code is doing.
Okay, so the correction is they were not empty tables, but
yeah,
we are amending with new numbers. Okay, thank you for that, Patrick. Okay. Gavin, I see your hand up. We're kind of in final deliberation. Is there a final?
Well, yeah, I just wanted to add to the question that Vikram had there. Yes, the bottom tables were not moved forward by the MVP committee, but the bottom two tables were produced by NIA because of the point which I just made about solar renewables, on-site renewables getting unfavorably weighted. So,
okay.
and we'll be prepared to bring comment, and Patrick, I'm happy to talk to you more about it further. But I really do think something needs to be done to the point that Nia pointed out here with the bottom two tables.
Okay. I think we're all in agreement that the public comment period is the most appropriate to bring forward more information. So thank you for that, Gavin. Okay, to the council, I think we're ready. Let's try a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, with that, then these two tables are moving forward into CR 102 filing. We have 15 minutes left on our scheduled time. Let's get to our last energy proposal.
Todd, I'm going to suggest that if there's any risk at all of this going into past 2 o'clock, it might be time to entertain a motion to maybe just briefly extend the meeting past 2 o'clock.
Okay.
And that is not intended to give anybody an incentive to push this past 2 o'clock.
No, we will keep moving. Yeah. But is there a motion to extend the meeting? Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I'll make that motion to extend the meeting 15 minutes.
I'll
if needed.
15 minutes, he said?
If needed, yes.
Okay, we'll do our best with 15 minutes. There's a second.
Second, this is Jay.
Jay, okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, we'll extend it to 2:15. Krista, please go ahead.
Okay, this last one, you have 3 different options on this one. The MVPE committee recommended that all 3 of them be moved forward to the council for debate. And these were put together by Nia and PNNL to look at the simulated building performance compliance method and to correlate that with the changes made to the prescriptive requirements to equalize the energy consumption on the modeling to equal that. So on the first option, you have a 10% reduction in energy use, and it removes the mandatory requirement for HERV use in climate zone 5. Option number 2 has an 8% across the board improvement, but retains that mandatory requirement for HRV units in climate zone 5. The third option is basically the same as option 2, but then reformats it to match the stair-stepped requirement for credits that is now in R406 so that you get the same reduction in energy use as you would on the credit requirements in C406. If that makes sense.
Yeah, so the committee decided that all seats should be represented on this decision. So I think that it's preferred that we decide as a council for an option. Again, all options going forward is a possibility. Anyone want to raise a question on this? Okay, I see one hand with Larry. Go ahead, Larry.
I've got just a general question. I'm trying to follow along with the agenda here. Are we still in section 6 or we moved to section 7 or section 8? Where are we actually at now?
We are on the open bullet point still in section 6. Trust your instincts.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Patrick?
Yes. So obviously, BIW, we have lots of members who are builders, but I have yet to meet one who says that they use R405. I have been a part of some work groups and things with various architects and designers based in primarily Seattle who've said they used R405. I was hoping that they would show up at some point and offer their perspective on which they think is best. I even tried reaching out to somebody trying to get them to participate. I think there's some pros and cons which with each of these options. So unfortunately, I can't really provide you with a solid recommendation one over the other. And I was really hoping that you'd be able to get more feedback from people who actually use this pathway on which they think would be best for those buildings and groups that use this. So my apologies and good luck.
Thank you, Patrick. And that can be your recommendation, is to move all three forward because we want more information from the public. So I'm not putting words in your mouth. Okay, back to the council. I don't see other public hands. Do we have a preference here? I'm not trying to hurry us through this, but this one's a little more straightforward. Does everyone understand the consideration?
I'm still trying to understand.
Okay.
Everything in it.
Patrick, I think you have your hand up again, and then we'll go to Larry.
Yeah, I realize the new council members are jumping into this and probably don't understand the context. So if I may, I'll just provide you some background. So for past code cycles, the residential code has had these smaller categories. So 1,500 or less, you have that, 1,500 to 5,000, and then over 5,000, and then R2. For the prescriptive code, we changed this into the bottom table and have much smaller brackets. The problem that we were trying to solve is that when you went up from you could be at 1,400 square feet and then you go to 1,501, all of a sudden you have this huge jump in requirements that we're asking you. So we're trying to incentivize or make it more feasible to have various sizes of smaller dwelling units. So we've created this new table. And then separate to that, there was a proposal to add the heat recovery requirement just for climate zone 5. I think historically for the residential code, it's had less differences between the two climate zones prescriptively. So there wasn't as much need to have separate targets for the performance pathway or the additional credits in 406. But because of that separate requirement, they adjusted the requirements accordingly for climate zone 7. So kind of the two sort of things that's going on here is, do you want to change the brackets to match the expanded number of brackets, the smaller brackets, and how do you want to tackle the separate requirement for the heat recovery ventilator? So that's trying to provide a non-biased summary to that.
That was good. That was helpful. Larry?
Yeah, my whole thing with this, with the HRVs, I mean, we put them in, but the only place I put them in is where the house has been sealed with caulking, all the studs, all the plywood at the plates. Because if you put one of these in and you haven't done that, you're going to use more energy by a lot. And so first you got to make the house tight before you want to put one of these in, or you're going to even make it suck more energy. And that's from just pure experience. I mean, if you don't have a tight place, you don't want to put one of these in. First, you got to have a tight place. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are we moving closer, council? And moving all forward, all three forward is a possibility. I think I have an opinion. I lean towards option 3, but for the simplicity and the alignment with the other sections, go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I move to move all 3 forward, and put out a public comment. Let the builders kind of spend more time to kind of digest this thing.
Okay.
This is very complicated, and they should, and very few actually, I guess, use this. So, I think put it all out. Get public comment on this.
Okay, is that a motion?
I second it. This is Dan.
Moved by Tom, second by Dan. Any other deliberation? Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, with that, all 3 move forward into CR 102. Thank you. We're at 155 now. That gets us out of, I believe, right, Krista?
Yes.
Thank you for all of your work on that. I'm going to take the last bullet point on work group and economic impact and just simply say we met to address to look at the legislative mandated items. Is that correct, Dustin?
That is correct.
Okay. Dan, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I've been emailing to get, I have a 2 o'clock hard stop, so I'm going to have to go.
Okay.
I don't know if that's going to affect quorum or not.
I think we should still be good.
Okay. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, we are out of agenda item 6, and we're going to move into item 7. 7, 8. 7 and 8 are the 2 recommendations from the BRFW for the remaining legislative mandated items in IBC.
So number 7 is the appendix for the International Building Code for temporary emergency shelters. Let me get that open and shared. There we go. So this one was worked through the International Building Code tag, and they made the recommendation to the BFRW committee, who made some small changes to this to just make some small clarifications, and then made the recommendation for what you have posted here for the meeting today to be moved into CR 102. We did discuss the economic impacts at the work group economic impact in the last week or so, and so this proposal is based on the California Appendix P for temporary emergency housing. That appendix, as it came to it, or not came to us, but as we started working with it, had a lot of California specific reference to their laws and specifics. So we've trimmed that out, discussed what the scoping of this is, and I'm proud to present this as what we're moving forward, or proposing to move forward into the CR 102 process. And this is a legislative mandate, so we need to do the rulemaking. and this is what has come out of the group so far.
Yep. And I was chair on many of these meetings, and then Angela picked up the chair of the IBC tag this year. And I can say with confidence, this is significant work by subject matter experts. And so I recommend it for moving to rulemaking. We do have a comment or a question, a public comment from Gavin.
Thank you, Todd. I actually had a question back on the work group on economic impact. When can we expect that to be meeting about the energy codes? I'm hoping you don't mind that going backwards in your agenda a little there, but
Oh, it's okay. Go, Dustin. Do you want to respond to that?
Yeah. So we have already convened that group on the energy codes and discussed. So specific dates are eluding me at the moment. I could pull them up and shoot you some information there, Gavin. But the energy codes were worked. We had some discussions about proposals that were identified to increase cost to be discussed specifically at the work group of economic impact. We convened that group. We also convened listening session in September or early November to give some opportunity to get some feedback on the impacts of these proposals. So we had essentially 2 days of listening sessions. We didn't have a huge attendance at those sessions. And so right now for the 2024 codes, the work group of economic impact is done until we have some additional information coming through the public comment process. And so that's where we're at on this.
Thank you, Dustin.
Can I ask a follow-up question real quick? Because on these other agenda items that you're moving into now, we do see economic impact statements. Is there going to be one on the energy codes? I think so, maybe I didn't ask my question well.
Yeah, and Gavin, I just want to clarify that, we're moving to CR 102 rulemaking. There is a component of that where we do submit preliminary cost benefit analysis, but there is, ultimately it gets submitted with the CR 103. And so there's still time to complete more of this work. So it's a good question. Thank you for
let me clarify just a little bit on that one. So we're developing, like in accordance with the APA, a cost benefit analysis is required at the final rulemaking. For the CR 102, where we're making our proposed rules, a preliminary cost benefit is required. So we've got these prepared for all of the codes that aren't the energy codes right now. So we're not making a motion to file CR 102 for the energy codes with anything we've done earlier today. That has actually already been made, and we're making updates to the technical language in the CR 102. Before we actually file the CR 102 for the energy codes, though, we will be bringing our preliminary cost benefit analyses to the council to air out here and get some input. In the past code cycles, the preliminary cost benefit analyses haven't come to the council before filing. And so this is kind of a new process step for us, is to look at these and get them discussed a little bit before we file. And so we'll cover the building code, the residential code, and the fire code in those last agenda items. And so that's a lot of council or staff work to get those across the line, but I'll cover those a little bit further.
Okay. Yeah. That answers my question. Thank you, guys.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you. Okay. Let's get back onto our agenda item 7 here. So we're, I believe, seeking a motion to move the temporary emergency shelter appendix forward into CR 102 rulemaking.
So moved.
Thank you, Tom.
Second.
Okay, we'll go with the other Tom Young on that one. Thank you. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any other deliberation on temporary emergency shelters? Okay, hearing none, let's move in a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? With that, the motion passes, and we'll move that forward. I'm going to keep moving. Agenda item 8 is similar action on the dwelling unit size reduction. And as Dustin brings that up, I will say make the same comment. This was in the IBC tag. It is significant contribution by many subject matter experts, and I recommend moving forward.
At the BFRW, we clarified that the efficiency dwelling unit definition wouldn't no longer be needed based on changes in section 1208 of the building code. And then in this document, the changes proposed for section 1208 are showed in highlight.
This one's a little different because it's in the base code.
Yep. And this figure here would be new for the code section as well. And that's all the technical code language there. So this one came out of IBC tag with a recommendation. BFRW made some small edits at its meeting this month and makes a recommendation on this proposal as it sits here to move into CR 102.
Okay, with that, I don't see any hands from the public. Can we hear a motion from the council?
I'll move to move this forward as presented.
Okay.
Thank you, Tom. And then Jay. Any other deliberation? Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? With that, the dwelling unit size reduction amendment is moved into CR 102. Item 9 is preliminary cost benefit analysis. Again, we just started kind of tee this up a little bit. 9, 10, and 11 are for 3 different codes. Go ahead, Dustin, please.
All righty. So this code cycle, we are working with a new format for our cost benefit analyses, and we're trying to use resources provided by ORIA, who is the agency dedicated to helping the government agencies to comply with both APA and Regulatory Fairness Act. The cost benefit analysis format that we're using here today was introduced to the council as a idea with the Uniform Plumbing Code and the International Mechanical Code. And so we got good feedback on the compositions for those codes. And so we're continuing with that format here. What I'd like to point out is that it is hard to write an economic analysis for the code with the changes we're adopting as a whole. And so we are reliant on the code change proposals and any information we get from the public and research that is able to be done by staff in the timeframes we have to produce these. And these are written with the executive summary to address the code as a whole, but the main content here is given in proposal by proposal analysis to justify adoption of proposed changes on that level, so granular. In here we have keys to indicate across the document whether there's a net cost reduction or net cost increase, or if the proposal has a neutral effect on code costs and impacts. So as we get into the table of contents, that's where you'll start to see these marks coming out. They're in parentheticals in the name of the code proposal. We've got some feedback on the initial versions of these for the mechanical code and plumbing code to indicate needing a table of contents that addresses page numbers for these specific proposals. So if somebody sees one that they are familiar with and wants to navigate to it faster, you can get that ease of use. And so as we run through here, I'm going to refer back to this legend for the cost reduction or cost increase and really kind of just cover those specific proposals. As we run through here, the first one showing some cost reduction is one in IBC Chapter 19.
Dustin?
Yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt you, but if we're going to go through all 3, we have 8 minutes left. Is there a preference from you or the council on how to best address this? And then maybe the more important question is what action is needed today?
So specific action is not necessarily required to move this into CR 102. The council in the past has filed rules with just motions made on the technical language, and we've heard some concerns from our constituents that this aspect of our rulemaking could see improvements. And so if we're trying to get this all addressed and aired out here today, I'd like to just point out the specific proposals that have impact, and then look for a motion to file these into CR 102, although I don't see that as a stiff requirement. The other part of this is this information colors or sets the stage for the public to understand the council's perspective on the rules that they're doing or bringing changes to, and they can use this information to say they agree with or disagree with the council stance on what these rules are bringing. So a majority of the proposals received by the council to deliberate across all codes indicate that the changes are clarifications only and do not bring construction cost impacts. And you'll see that that is largely reflected in the contents of these reports here. And so in the interest of time, we could go through and just point out the ones that show some impact and move beyond them at that point.
Okay, well, and thank you. I'm going to quickly hear from Patrick and Larry. Can you give us a quick opinion?
Yes, thank you. I just want to thank staff and particularly Dustin for listening to feedback on this and making a massive improvement in compliance with the Regulatory Fairness Act and the Administrative Procedure Act requirements for this over past cycles. I've been traveling for most of the month, so I haven't been able to review these in depth, and I wasn't at the past meetings. I just have two sort of friendly pieces of feedback. I saw for the IRC summary, you say it covers energy efficiency, and I don't think it to the IRC. So you may want to strike that. And then it looks like some of the formatting, you may want to do one last pass and equalize the formatting with the different versions. But for the most part, it looks like you've included all the stuff we worked on with the plumbing and mechanical code CBA to cover all the requirements. So just want to say that. Thank you.
And Patrick, you cut out there for a quick second. Just make sure you were suggesting to just make sure the formatting is all kind of lined up and synced across these documents.
Yeah, and it's not substance, it's more stylistic, but I think it'll probably help the public maybe a little bit since they're all kind of similar if they just have the same formatting. So it doesn't look different. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Patrick. Larry, do you have a quick comment? I've got 4 minutes to have the council.
Yeah, I'm wondering why we don't have a column for the cost per square foot for each one of these. I mean, I thought that's what we've had in the past. So you can take a quick look at what you got and see what the increase in cost is or the decrease in cost. I would suggest that we put a column in like that. So at a quick glance, we can look at which ones are expensive and which ones aren't. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Larry. Okay. Council, how would you like to approach this today? Would you like to, as a council, receive these and acknowledge them that they've been posted? Or do you want to extend time and more thoroughly go through the analysis? Go ahead, Katie.
I want to honor the work that's been done here. It's a huge amount. And I hope I can be heard. I've got a vacuum cleaner happening now. Okay. If we take no action but accept them and post them, is that going to like make sure that the public gets everything, or does this, if we make a motion to accept these and add them to the CR 102, is that like, I'm sorry, I'm still trying to figure out what we want to do.
Yeah, so I want to jump in. So there's no requirement, in my view, to have the full council approve these to be included in the CR 102. It's staff work that was done at the direction of the council to administratively create a cost benefit analysis required under the law. And if we were to end the meeting now, they would still be included. Obviously, could take a motion to approve them, but I guess my counsel would be, if you're going to take a motion to approve them, you might want to know what's in them. So we probably want to take some time to walk through them a little bit more, if you want to go down that route.
I think that is the question before us now, whether or not we have the ability to take time right now and take action, or we can acknowledge them as received and
Yeah, one quick note too, just for the new members. The purpose of this is to publish it with the proposed rules so that the public can see what at least the preliminarily identified costs are. And if folks disagree, if Patrick, for example, I'll pick on you, Patrick says, no, I think you did it wrong here. Here's why. They can tell us in public comments, and that can inform the ultimate vote. So that's really kind of what the purpose of this exercise is.
Mr. Chair, I move that we extend the meeting for 15 minutes.
Thank you, Tom.
Second.
Second by Katie. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, meeting's extended till 2:30. Okay, so with that, 15 minutes. What's the will of council? Okay, go ahead, Jay.
Since we have 15 minutes, I'd like the path Dustin was on, just going through each one, doing the summary and touching on anything that's a cost increase.
Okay, thank you. I will delay us no longer. Go ahead, Dustin.
Okay, so here is a additional table in here. I think this is a little bit above what we had in the IMC and IFGC. Brandon, did we have this specific table on those two documents?
No, we did not.
Okay, so this was added in, and we can add that in to those documents as well before filing. But this was kind of a quick summary of which proposals are bringing some impact there. So you'll see most of these here are with the single asterisks and indicating a cost reduction. And the only one that's bringing a cost increase is the amendments to ASCE 7 and Chapter 16. And so I didn't come prepared to jump around this document today. And so I don't want to try to remember all this from memory, but let me try to get to Proposal 43. One other thing I'd point out about these documents here is they're arranged in proposal number order, not necessarily code formatting order. So these proposals jump around in location on in the code itself. So proposal number 43, where did it go? It's on page 16. All right. Proposal 43. My page numbers got shifted a little bit. We can double check those numbers. There were some small edits made right at the very end of this one. So this proposal proposed to remove the voluntary use of multi-period response spectra for determination of seismic hazard. That's a lot of specific jargon that is probably hard to understand. I'm not a structural engineer, but as I understand, the multi-period response spectra is to do with seismic design and removes a lot of complexity from the code. So based on the research that we've got done and with conversations that we've had at the tag level, the 2021 building code adopted in Washington references the ASCE 716. The amendments were adopted to include the multi-period response spectrum procedure from ASCE 722. With the proposal that we are approving towards CR 102 in 043, we update to the ASCE 722, which is the most current version of that. And now this multi-period response spectrum procedure is included without the need for a state amendment. So we'll skip over the rationale statement because having this included in the ASCE 22 reduces the need for state amendment. And so as we get into the economics of this, I'll call this the MPRS moving forward. It addresses underestimation of spectral response in the moderate to long period buildings. So if you have a house sitting on the ground, that would be considered a short period building. And as you get to taller buildings, the seismic impacts increase oscillations within those buildings and bring it into a more long period building. And if there's any engineers online, then I'm speaking out of getting it wrong. Please raise your hand. I am not familiar with running these calculations, and this is based on the insurance, on the research that I've been able to do on this, and so I've got a layman's understanding of this topic here.
Oh. Hey, Dustin, you're accurate. I think maybe though we can flag them and then try to get through all of them, and then we can make sure that everyone recognizes which ones we need to go deeper into.
Gotcha. So these are complex calculations. Having them required increases that initial cost for construction to be able to do. So reducing the complexity of these calculations helps us get to those findings faster and more consistently. But the proposal brought in indicated some cost there, and then staff research also corroborated that same finding. And so we don't have specific numbers coming out on these. And so to Larry Andrews' point about like, why don't we have a construction cost per square foot evaluation? The answer to that is we don't have the data to support making that claim, at least for this one and for a majority of these proposals. And so I guess if we're looking at just the ones that bring cost impact to raise costs, this is the only one identified. Most of the other proposals that are identified to reduce cost really reduce restrictive requirements for code users. Let me go back and see if I can generalize from memory. It's been writing these has muddied my recollection of each individual proposal. So let's see, basic wind speed reductions. Let's see, we're in with the wind speed one here. I do believe that this is one produced by the Seattle, there's just with structural organizations within Washington. There's a special wind region out in the west side of the state. And for ages, this one's been reliant on local determinations to establish wind speeds in the special wind region. The proponents of this proposal proposed a uniform approach based on the ASCE 7 determinations to bring consistency out there. And so this one reduces overall burden on folks by having a consistent approach to identifying wind speeds in those western regions of the state. For the Chapter 19 one here, special reinforced concrete shear walls allows for a different determination to be used and allows essentially less concrete to be installed in some of these shear walls that are going forward. Similar stuff happening with 035 for the amendments to ACI 318. For Chapter 16, risk categories on multiple occupancies, this one clarifies that the risk categories for these, I'm going to start speaking out of turn if I'm trying to speak from memory here and trying to jump around. So would it be helpful if I jump to these specific proposals to look at them?
Again, I think we're going to run out of time, if we go into that level of detail. So I think the important thing is to flag the ones that we want to make sure the public has, where we're seeking input from the public.
So I would say for public direction, look for the asterisks in the table of contents. We have this section here to bring them all into one grouping. And then as you go through the report, each individual section title, if we get to the log proposal number, there will also be the asterisks there in the titles of these specific proposal identifications.
Yeah, thank you. And I think that's the strength of, and thank you, Brandon, and others, you know, for the very clear presentation here on, so I think that's going to be real beneficial. So with that, that's on the IBC. Is there anything else we want to discuss there, or should we quickly look at the IRC and the IFC and flag those amendments? Patrick, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to ask Dustin, you know, if staff or the public are looking at these after this meeting, but before you file the CR 102/publish these, what's a timeline, like a deadline to get feedback back to staff? Like if they notice a typo or something they think is incorrect and they want to try to help you get that corrected, what's a deadline for them to get that to you?
So what you see here now is a schedule, or not a schedule, but a calendar for the year. Right now, we're targeting May 6th for the filing. That is a code revisor filing deadline. So if we miss that date, it essentially means, like, if we filed on the 7th, it would be like we filed on the 20th. And that will impact our hearings and everything down the line. And so if I was going to ask for a deadline for feedback on this, it would be by May 1. Would be my deadline for that. And then if it's substantive, ideally anytime sooner than that would be better. And we would need to, you know, I don't anticipate major revisions to come down the line, but we'll have some work we've got some RDS work within these codes to get the movements that we just made for the temporary emergency shelters and dwelling unit size in there. That's not huge, but it also needs to go to the code revisor and come back to us before we can file it. So I guess I'll go back to May 1 is the deadline for final revisions. And if it's huge, we may push back a little bit on making those final revisions.
Well, I would offer that. So I know Patrick knows all this, but just for everybody, I would discourage anybody from sending major substantive concerns or changes to these prior to May 1st. That's what the public comment period is for, if you want to push back on it. But certainly if there are technical changes, hey, you missed something, hey, there's a typo here, it would be super if staff could hear that before May 1st.
Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, I was just asking that to try to help the council. So you could, for example, make a motion to sort of accept these, direct staff to keep working on them. And if council members want to go and review and have any feedback, they can get that to staff without extending the meeting again or having to hold another meeting to go over everything in depth.
Yeah, that's my recommendation. Larry, quickly.
Yeah. So weren't they required when they submitted these changes to put have the cost analysis done on the proposal? Wasn't that a requirement?
It's a part of the intake. You're correct. Yep. That's part of the request when you submit a proposal to give your justification. So, and then this is the official, then the staff going through after action has been taken, recommendation has been made to go into filing. So you're correct. Yep. Okay. We have 3 minutes left. I want to ask the council if we're willing to. We're ready to adjourn the meeting and say we've received these. Thank you to staff, and these are now part of the public record, and they're under continual improvement through the CR 102 process.
If that needs to be a motion, I would make that motion.
I don't know if it needs to. I just want it acknowledged that, and we'll simply move into adjourning the meeting in 2 minutes.
It doesn't need to be a motion. The work that Patrick identified is going to happen irrespective. However, if you did make a motion, something consistent with what Patrick offered would make sense too.
Let's do that. Katie, I think you're ready.
I'm ready to make Patrick's motion. We accept these. Thank you so much for your work. Direct the staff to continue working on them in the ways that we suggested in terms of taking care of typos, and look forward to public comment on them.
Great.
Second.
Second by Tom. Okay. Any other discussion? With that, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Okay, everyone. Substantial work. Thank you very much for the whole day and the input. And we will adjourn.
Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yes.